Welcome to the HTML and CSS course for absolute beginners, where you will learn how to build websites from scratch using HTML and CSS in an absolutely practical way. No previous coding experience required. My name is Shruti and I will be leading you through the course. This course is for beginners trying to learn HTML and CSS practically without having to go through all the technical jargon. By the end of this course, you will be able to build a simple, neat website and make it go live. You will begin by learning basic HTML and some simple CSS properties, and then deeper concepts of both simultaneously. This learning process is more effective than learning HTML completely first and then beginning with CSS. It also helps you stay motivated throughout the course along with enough real-life practical activities at every step. Most of the courses found online are too elaborate for beginners. It's easy to get bogged down with so much content. Here, you learn only the most used concepts and the most essential ones. There are not many requirements for this course. You just need to have a laptop or a desktop with a decent internet connection and a good learning attitude. During my college days, when I wanted to learn web design, I really didn't know where to start. I had to go through so many tutorials to build one simple website as a part of my college project. It took me so many months to finally get there. So I know the pain points of students trying to begin with these languages. I published this course first on Udemy in 2019 and you can still find it here. If you prefer the learning experience of Udemy or if you wish to support my work, you can purchase it from here. The link is in the description below. Otherwise, just continue and you can complete the full course right here on YouTube. This course is designed in such a way that you first learn the simplest parts of HTML and CSS, and then you will want to learn more. It gets exciting as you come across practical activities at every step. These activities not only help you evaluate yourself, but also gives you confidence to move forward, along with giving you an idea of where exactly in real life you will be using all this knowledge. In the last section, we will together build a complete website and host it. Let's get started. How to make the best of this course? Now that you have decided to learn HTML and CSS through this course, why not make the best out of it? I would suggest a few things in this lecture that will make your learning experience better. First, before you begin any lecture, close all other applications on your system to have least distractions. If possible, download the YouTube app on your phone and watch all the course videos on your phone while simultaneously practicing the code along with me on your computer. That way, you don't have to juggle between two applications on your system. This will help you focus better. Of course, open this course on your computer as well to download the resources and working codes. Second, in 90% of the lectures, you will have to code along with me, and you cannot code at the speed of the video. So make sure to pause the video every time and follow along. Don't miss any lecture and don't miss practicing even one single concept, because every concept included in this course is very important to build basic websites using HTML and CSS. Third, all my screencasts are recorded using MacBook with Mac operating system. You might be using Windows or Linux. Do not worry, everything works the same. It just looks slightly different. You can totally continue with your existing system. All activities are designed in such a way that you learn the concepts really well. Don't skip any of the activities. Most of them are simple and quick. Fifth, create a folder Activities on your desktop and save all the HTML activity files in that folder along with the working codes that you download attached to the lectures. It will serve as a good reference for the future. Why don't you pause this video right now and create the folder? Sixth, remember, no question is a silly question. In any lecture, if you have any doubt, ask your question right there in the Q&A section. Your questions will be answered. Seventh, last but not the least, have fun along the way. This is really important. That's it, let's go. Setting up the tools needed. We just need two things before we start off: a web browser and a code editor. We will use Google Chrome as the browser and brackets as the editor throughout this course. Installing Chrome. If you already have Chrome installed, you can skip this part. Otherwise, open any browser that you already have. I will open Safari. Go to google.com/Chrome. This is a recommended step. Download Chrome. Click on Accept and install. Once the download is complete, install the file. Once Chrome is installed, keep it handy, like on your desktop or at the dock. Installing brackets. We are going to use Brackets Editor for 3 reasons. 1. It's open source. 2. It's created specially for web designers. 3. There's something called live preview that makes our learning quicker. To get the Brackets Editor, go to the website brackets.io. Download the latest version available. Once the download is complete, double-click the file. On Mac, you'll get a DMG file, while on Windows, you might get an MSI file. Wait till the application installs. On Mac, you will see the screen. Just move the icon into Applications. Wait till the process is finished. On Windows, you need to choose a destination folder and it should be easily installed. Once installed, open Brackets Editor from Applications. This is the first screen you will see. Code for the Getting Started web page. Don't worry if you don't understand much here. By the end of this course, you will know it fully. Now, do you see this icon on the right top corner? It's called Live Preview. That is, whatever you code here in brackets, you can see your changes live on your Chrome browser, even without saving your file. Click on this icon. You'll see a prompt. Read if you wish to and say OK. This will automatically open Chrome and display the Getting Started web page. If you got this page, great. Continue to the next lecture. But in case you see a screen like this, click on Relaunch Chrome and it should work. However, if you're still facing errors, don't worry. Just proceed further. I will tell you in the next lectures what you can do if Live Preview does not work. Throughout this video, you will notice me referring to resources attached to this lecture. Because this course was first published on Udemy, there are lectures and then there are these resources attached to the lectures. So that's what I mean. But because on YouTube, I cannot attach any resources particular to a lecture in part, I have combined all these resources into a single repository which you can find on GitHub. So this link is mentioned in the description below. You can download this, download the entire zip file or clone the repository, and here you will find them named 1, 2, 3 and so on. They appear in the same order in which I mentioned them in the video. I'll anyway keep referring to this more often. I'll also use the names like birds in the park, color bands and so on, so you'll understand where to look into. So if I say look into the birds in the park activity, you can go here and you can check this. So this is where I mention all the requirements, how the web page should look like. This is the activity you can work on. I also would have attached the working code wherever there's index.html. That's the working code. You can work on the activity and check back and see if you've done it right. So have this page open on your browser so that you can quickly refer whenever needed. Alright, let's continue. To begin with this section, we first need to know what is HTML. HTML is a language that your web browser such as Chrome, Internet Explorer, Firefox, Opera or Safari understands. It's the basic building blocks of the web pages. HTML by itself is not enough to make a good web page. Imagine you're constructing your house by just using bricks, sand and cement. No furniture or no decoration. That's how plain HTML pages will look like. The way we use interior decoration and furniture to make our house functional and look better, like this, we need to use CSS along with HTML. Again, CSS by itself cannot do anything the way interior decoration has no meaning without bricks and cement first. And that is why we will get to CSS in the next section. This section is entirely dedicated to HTML. What does HTML look like? HTML code is full of tags that look like this and this. These are called the opening tags and these the closing tags. Every opening tag has a less than symbol followed by a word or a letter followed by a greater than symbol. Every closing tag has a less than symbol followed by a forward slash, then the word or the letter followed by a greater than symbol. A web browser understands everything that's written between these tags, like this. This is understood as a paragraph. The browser does not display the tags, it only displays what's within. So the browser displays this like this. There are some tags that don't need a closing tag. Some examples are BR and image tag. We'll learn about these tags as we go further. To build a web page, we will use multiple such tags. We'll learn about all these tags slowly. Also, we will need to nest these tags one inside the other. For example, a HTML tag, then comes a body tag, then comes a P tag which is used for paragraphs, then comes the paragraph itself, followed by a closing P tag, a closing body tag, and a closing HTML tag. Here, I know this can be confusing for beginners. Consider you have 3 plastic containers of same shape but different sizes, 1, 2, and 3. If you have to place them all within one another, you'll first place 1 on the table, put 2 inside, and then 3 inside. Which lid would you close first? Lid number 3, and then number 2, then number 1. Similarly, when you write HTML, the last open tag should be closed first, then the last but one, and so on until the first open tag. Okay, now this is enough theory. Let's proceed, and in the next chapter, we'll create our first web page. HTML skeleton. In this lecture, we will learn about the basic HTML skeleton that we need to include in every HTML file that we create. Open the editor brackets and create a new file. Save it as first.html. I want to create a new folder on desktop. Name it as HTML and save first.html within that folder. Now, type this along with me even if you don't understand what you're doing. First, an opening HTML tag. In the next line, an opening body tag. And then in the next line, an opening P tag. The editor automatically closes those tags for you. If you remember, in the previous lecture, we discussed that the last open tag is the first one to be closed. Now, type anything you wish here. Say, for example, I love chocolates and ice creams. Save this file. Now, click on Live Preview to open the file in Chrome. There we go. You've created your first web page. Now the browser also knows that you love chocolates and ice creams. Congratulations! I know it has nothing interesting inside, but it is still a web page technically. But just in case Live Preview did not work for you, all you need to do is go to the desktop, open the HTML folder, right-click the HTML file, open with Google Chrome. This works, but then every time you save your file and want to see the changes in Chrome, you will have to refresh the browser. That's the only advantage with Live Preview. You don't have to refresh the browser. Now, let's go back to the editor. There's something called a parent-child relationship between these HTML elements. The outer elements in HTML are called the parent elements and the inner ones are called the child elements. For example, HTML tag is the parent element of all the tags within. The P tag is the child element of the body tag and the HTML tag, and so on. We will use this parent-child concept later while applying CSS. Try and remember. I also need to mention here that your browser doesn't care for spaces. So this is same as this and same as this. Want to check it out? Save the file and open Chrome. See, nothing changes. Of course, don't give spaces within tags. That will be wrong. Now, since we want to write readable, neat HTML code, this is what we do. Within a parent element, click on the tab key and then add the child element, like this. When you close the parent element, make sure that the opening tag and the closing tag are in the same vertical line. Okay, now this web page is not complete yet. I mean, it does not comply with the standards. Here, I'll show you the HTML skeleton that has to be there in every web page of yours. Just follow me and type this in your editor. Every web page of yours has to contain the skeleton. Anything that's written is inside this. Whatever is inside the body element is displayed in the browser. Whatever is inside the head element contains some information about the web page. Just know this much for now. Let's not go into more details. Congratulations, you've learned creating the HTML skeleton. Let's add some content next. Headings and paragraphs. These are the most basic and simplest elements of any web page. In this lecture, let's learn how to add them. Open the brackets editor. Create a new file and save as paragraphs.html. Save this inside the previously created HTML folder on desktop. Now that you've learned creating a HTML skeleton, let's start with that. All the content you want to display on your web page should go inside the body element. So here we want to add a paragraph. For paragraphs, as you've already seen in your first web page, we need to use the P tag. So open P, type a paragraph within this. I'll type my introduction. My name is Shruti Balasa. I live in Bangalore, India. I love coding and teaching. You can type in anything you want. Now I want to add a heading to this paragraph. Heading is simply a bolder and a larger text. So before the P tag, I want to add a heading that says my introduction. Now this has to be within a heading tag. In HTML, headings are defined with H1, H2, H3 and so on up to H6 tags. The most important heading, or you can say the biggest heading, can be put into a H1 tag. The smallest headings will be within H6 tags. Here, since this is our only heading, we are adding it in the H1 tag. Now, save the file. Click on Live Preview to open this in Chrome. Here, you have your heading and your paragraph. Now let me position brackets and Chrome side by side so that we can view our changes live. Okay, now shall we add another heading and a paragraph? Type another heading, My Education. I want this heading to be smaller than my first heading. So what I'll do is I'll add it in H2 tag. To add another paragraph here, open a P tag and close it. Type anything you want here. I'll say I have completed my graduation. Blah blah blah. Save the file, and here in your browser you can see the changes. Do you see? The second heading is smaller than the first one. Now I want to add a little more space between my second heading and my first paragraph. So what I do is here we need to add a line break, but just adding breaks in the code, as you know, does not make any change in the browser. There is something called a BR tag for the same reason. It's called line break. Now save the file, and you can see that a break has been added in the web page. You can add as many BR tags as you wish. Now instead of line breaks, what if I want to add a horizontal line? For that, the tag used is HR, horizontal rule. See, you get a horizontal line here. Great. So you've learned how to create headings and paragraphs using HTML. There's one more tag I'd like to introduce you to here. It's called the title tag. It doesn't appear anywhere within the web page, but it is displayed here. You see paragraphs.html? Instead of this, we can have our title. So let's add something like my introduction. Save it. And do you see? The title has changed. This helps when we have multiple tabs open. You will know which tab you're switching to. That's it. Here's a quick summary. P tag defines paragraphs. H1, H2 up to H6 tags are used for headings, H1 being the largest tag to H6 being the smallest. BR tag is used for line breaks. HR tag is used for horizontal line. Title tag within the head element is used to display a title for the web page. In this lecture, we will create a quick introduction page that actually looks beautiful. This web page paragraphs.html that you just created looks a little boring, right? It doesn't look anything like the websites you have already seen. That's because we have not added any CSS yet. I want to give you a little taste of CSS before we look into other HTML tags. So pause the video here. Go to the resource attached to this lecture and download it. It's a zip file. Unzip the file and you will get a folder named Intro. You will find a file index.html within that. Open index.html using brackets. This part that you see here is the CSS. Don't worry about it right now. Just scroll down to this part here. Remove my name here and put your own. Instead of my designation here, put your designation. It'll say, for example, student so-and-so college. And in this part, type your own simple bio. Once you're done, save the file and click on Live Preview. Wow, that's a simple, cool introduction page of your own. Good job! If you notice the HTML code, we have used H1 tag, H3 tag, BR tag, HR tag and the P tag, the ones that we have learned so far. So actually it's the CSS that has made all the difference in the appearance. Very soon we will get to CSS and we'll be creating much more beautiful pages. Now let's move forward. In this lecture, we will learn to add images to our web page. This is an interesting lecture because you can add some color to your page now. For the purpose of demonstration, I have downloaded some free images from pixabay.com and saved them as pic1.jpg and pic2.jpg in our HTML folder. You can use your own photos or any images that you have on your computer. Just make sure to copy them to the HTML folder on your desktop. And as a best practice, name the images with all small letters. Do not use any spaces. Open your editor Create a new file and save it as images.html inside the HTML folder. Create the basic HTML skeleton. Let's add a title images. Now, I want to display pick one in my web page. So within the body element, we'll add the image tag. Now type this along with me even if you don't understand. I'll explain later. Image src equals pick1.jpg inside quotes. Click on live preview. If you got it right, you'll see pick1.jpg in the web page. How did we do it? Let's go back to the editor. So far, you just saw plain HTML tags, but here we added something known as an attribute to the image tag. Attributes give more information to tags. The src attribute gives information about the path of the image. If you don't know what the path means, don't worry. Just save your images in the same folder as your HTML file, and then you'll just have to give the name of your image in the src attribute, like we just did. Also, the image element does not have a closing tag. There's another important attribute to the image tag, which is alt attribute. It's a text that defines the image. Just in case the image doesn't load for some reason, this alternate text appears in place of the image. So next to the src attribute, we'll add the alt attribute and give it a value beautiful view. Okay, you have saved your images in the same folder as your code, right? If there are too many images here, this folder will get cluttered. So for best practices, we will create a folder called img inside the HTML folder and move all our images into this folder. Now open Chrome and refresh the page. You'll not see the image here because now the path of the image has changed, but you'll see the alternate text that you defined. Let's get our image back. Go to your code and change the source to img/pick1.jpg, where img is the name of the folder within which the images are placed. This is called relative path of the image. Now open Chrome. The image is back. If you notice, the web page has displayed the original size of the image. Let's say I want to limit the width of the image to 600 pixels. I'll add a width attribute to the image. So go back to your editor and type width equals 600. You'll see the image has been resized. What about the height? When only width is mentioned, the height is automatically adjusted, keeping the aspect ratio same. Now, let's change the width to height instead. You'll see the height is now 600 pixels and the width has automatically adjusted itself. What happens if we mention both height and width? Oh, the image looks distorted. You can pause the video and play around with these values to see what happens every time you change the values. Here, we defined width and height in pixels. Alternatively, we can also define the width and height in percentage. So let's change this whole thing to width equals 100%. See, the image has occupied exactly 100% width of the browser. Change the value to 50% instead. And you'll see that the image has occupied 50% of the browser window width. But what happens if we make the height equals 100% instead of the width? You'll notice that the image does not occupy 100% of the browser height. Instead, the image height is 100% of the original image height. This behavior is quite confusing. A little later in our course, we'll talk more about this. So for now, it's always better to define the width and let the browser take care of the height automatically. Shall we add another image now? Go back to your editor and add pic2.jpg like this. img space src equals pic2.jpg, but because even pic2 is inside the img folder, I have to add img slash pic2.jpg. Let me make the width equals 500 and add an alt attribute with value another beautiful view. Let me change the width of the first image also to 500. Now open Chrome and you'll see that the images are next to each other. Did you expect them to be one below the other? No. By default, images get displayed next to each other if space is available. But if we increase the image's width here, they'll get displayed one below the other. Want to check? Change the width to 1000 instead of 500 of both the images. Open Chrome and now you'll see them one below the other because space is not enough. Great! Now you know how to add images to your page. Here's a quick summary. img tag is used to create images. src attribute specifies the path of the image. Alt attribute describes the image in few words. It gets displayed when image is unable to load. Width and height attributes define width and height of image either in pixels or in percentage. When both width and height attributes are missing, original size of image is displayed. When only width or height is specified, the other dimension is automatically calculated based on the aspect ratio. When multiple images are added, they appear next to each other by default if space is available. Activity demo. As I mentioned in the introduction, we will have some activities at every step to reinforce your learning and make it fun. There are some activities that include demonstrations. This lecture is one of them. In such demos, I'll first present a web page and explain the requirements. Pause the video immediately after the requirements and try out designing the web page all by yourself. If you're not able to complete it, don't worry. Follow the demo. Even if you complete the activity yourself, watch the demonstration fully. You will understand how to approach the requirements, how to plan, and how to best accomplish the task at hand. For the activities that don't have demonstrations, you can still download the working code and refer. Let's begin with our first activity. Here's a web page that you need to code. It's about an imaginary charity event that recently took place. Now, here are the requirements. 1. Create this web page as it appears. 2. Height of all 4 images have to be 200 pixels. The required images and text are attached as a zip file along with this lecture. If you want to try designing this on your own, pause the video here and go for it. Otherwise, continue watching. Now, how do we approach this? First, have a thorough look at the page. What are the HTML elements to be used? We have 2 headings. The first one should be H1 and the second one must be H3 because it's much smaller. Then we have 4 images and then we have 2 paragraphs. Let's download the resource attached to the lecture. It's a zip file. Unzip it. You'll find a folder within which there's a text file and 4 images. You'll also find the screenshot of the web page that you need to create. Keep this handy. On your desktop, you must have already created an activities folder. Within that, create a new folder and name it as charity-event. It's best to create different folders for each activity. Later, you can refer back. Create an image folder within this folder now and copy those 4 images that you downloaded into this. Now let's get to the code. Open brackets. Create a new file and name it as event.html. Save it within the activities folder within the created charity event folder. Add the basic HTML skeleton. Title it as Charity Event. The first heading goes in H1 tag. The next one goes in H3 tag. Now save the file and click on Live Preview to open Chrome. I'll resize the windows for convenience. Now comes the images. Type image space src equals image/charity1.jpg, all text having a value charity event. And as per requirement, the height of all images should be 200 pixels. So add height equals 200. Now check Chrome. Looks right. Let's do the same for other 3 images. Copy paste this line 3 times and just change the name. Charity2, Charity3, Charity4.jpg. So far, we have got it right. We only need to add 2 more paragraphs now. Copy the text from the resource file that you downloaded. And paste it in your code below the images within p tags. Just add the closing tags wherever required. That's it. Save the file, check Chrome, you got it. Now for the next activity, you're on your own. Go for it. Here's the activity I would like you to work on next. Go to folder number 3, My Gallery. And here, read through this entire thing. Here's the screenshot. This is what your output should look like at the end of this. Here are some requirements. And this index.html is the final working code. So first finish this activity and then have a look at the code if you don't get it right. Good luck! Create links. In this lecture, we will learn to create links to other web pages and websites using the A tag. Open your editor, create a new file and save it as links.html in the HTML folder. Add the basic HTML skeleton. Add the title as links. Create a paragraph and add a sentence that says, "This is my Facebook profile." Now, I want to link the words Facebook profile to my Facebook profile page. So, I add the A tags around Facebook profile and give an attribute href equals the link, which is https:/www.facebook.com/shruti.s.palasa. Now you can add the link to your Facebook profile page here. Save the file, click on Live Preview. You will see that the words Facebook profile have changed their color to blue and there's an underline. Click on the link now. And there, the page redirected to your Facebook profile page. But your web page is gone. What if we want to open the FB profile in another tab and not in the same tab? Go to your editor and next to href attribute type target equals underscore blank. The target attribute specifies where to open the specified link. Underscore blank means the link is opened in a new tab. Open Chrome. Now click on the link and you'll notice that your FB page opened in a new tab. The target attribute has few more values which I will not cover in this course because the most often one used is underscore blank. In our example here, we link the text Facebook profile. In HTML, it's possible to add links to any element on the page. Generally, only 2 elements are used for links. text and images. Now, to link an image, first add an image to the page. I'll add pic 1 with width 400. Now, wrap the A tags around it. A href equals http://www.pixabay.com. Now open Chrome. Hover over the image and you'll see that the cursor has changed to hand symbol. Now click on the image and it will take you to the linked website. Okay, we've linked to external websites from our page. These are called absolute links. What if we want to link a local file in our system? A local file is specified using a relative path. For example, create a paragraph. Here is our example of HTML images. Now, I want to link the word here to our images.html that we created in the previous lecture. So we type a href equals images.html and close the a tag after here. You'll notice that there is no www or http. That's because the linked file is in our own system and in the same folder as our current file. Now open Chrome. Click on the link and it will take you to the web page you created in the previous lecture. Links are not only for web pages. We can use links to open documents like PDF files or images too. You want to see? Change the paragraph to "Here is our first picture" and change the link to image/pic1.jpg, which is the path of the image. Now open Chrome, refresh the page and click on the link. You'll see that the image is displayed now. You can experiment with more images or PDF documents. That's about HTML links. Here's a quick summary. A tag is used to create links. Href attribute specifies the link. Target attribute with value _blank is used to open the link in a new tab. Images and other HTML elements can also be converted to links. Absolute links have HTTP and www and are used to link to external websites and documents. Relative links are used to link web pages or documents within the same system. Now that you have learned how to add links, it's time for another activity. Go to this activity for Birds in the Park and read through the description. Same as before, here's the screenshot attached, these are the requirements, and here is a working code. Right? So complete this activity on your own, try your best, and if you're not able to get it right, check back with the working code. HTML blocks. Block-like elements are used to organize content in web pages where a lot of content needs to be displayed strategically. Huge, complicated web pages are made of hundreds of such blocks. Look at some websites now and you will be able to observe that they are made of blocks with either visible or invisible borders, like this one, and this one, and this one. Take some time out after this lecture and observe some of the websites that you regularly use. In this lecture, we will learn one of the most used block element, the div element. You will not understand the complete usage of this element until we get to the CSS section. For now, let's just use it in our code and see what happens. Open your editor, create a new file and save it as blocks.html in the HTML folder. Add the HTML skeleton, title it as blocks. Now add two images pic1.jpg and pic2.jpg like this. Let's give a width of 500 to both. Save the file and preview in Chrome. They appear side by side if you're viewing Chrome in full screen. Now what happens if we wrap two div elements around these two images. Add an opening div tag and a closing div tag like this. Another opening div tag and a closing div tag after the image. Now save and preview again. You see, the images appear one below the other now. Why so? That's because by default, a block level element occupies 100% of the width of its parent container and starts on a new line. That's the main thing you need to remember right now. We'll explore more about div element further in our course. This completes our first section, Basic HTML. So if you need a cheat sheet of how much ever we have learned right now, go to this resource number 5, HTML cheat sheet. You will find this PDF with the HTML skeleton that we have learned so far and some of the tags that we came across with a description. So keep this handy if you need to work on the next activity where you're on your own. Now it's time that you create your own web page. You have learned sufficient amount of HTML to create your own web page now. So here are some topics that might help you in creating a simple web page using images, text, and some links. You can talk about yourself, about your hobbies, or where you went to school, your parents, your siblings, etc. Don't forget to put pictures of yourself, your family to make the web page look colorful. Or create a page about your recent adventure or travel experience with photos, of course. If you play sports, write about your favorite sport, why you love it, who your inspiration is, and so on. Or really, you can create a web page about anything or anybody. Don't forget to add images because they're an integral part of a beautiful web page. You might, of course, face some issues during this activity. Feel free to ask me in the comments below. Remember, no question is a silly question. What is CSS? In the previous section, we have learned some basic HTML tags and we've created some simple and plain web pages. I do agree with you, they look boring and we didn't have much control over those elements. You might have wanted to add some background colors, change some fonts, moved some content to the left or to the right, but you couldn't do any of that with HTML alone. CSS is a language that helps you do just that. That is why, before we continue to learn more of HTML, let's learn some basic CSS in this section. What does CSS look like? Or how do we write CSS? Since CSS is about styling HTML elements, it begins with selecting a HTML element. For example, P. Let's say I want to style my paragraph elements. We write P, which is the selector. All the styles are written inside these curly braces. I want the text of my paragraphs to be blue in color. So I write color :blue. So this is CSS syntax. Selector followed by curly braces. Inside the curly braces, the style is defined with property :value. Multiple styles can be defined within the braces separated by semicolon. Adding another style, margin with value 5 pixels. Some more examples are here. Styling H1 elements with font size 40 pixels. Styling the image elements with 2 pixels solid grey border and a right padding of 10 pixels. You will not remember this syntax right away. So don't worry. By the time we complete a few more lectures, you will get a hang of it. See CSS in action. In this lecture, you'll use some simple CSS styles in your code and see it in action. Even if you don't understand everything, this is a practical session before we go into little more theory. Open brackets editor and open the file paragraphs.html that you've created earlier. Let's style this page. One way of adding styles to your web page is within the style tags in the head element. To add styles, we first need to know which HTML element we want to style. Let's say we want all our headings to be dark green in color. So we want to style the H1 and H2 elements. First type H1 and within curly braces type color :dark green. Then type H2 curly braces color :dark green. Since both these elements have the same styles, we can combine them. Just make it h1, h2 and remove this. Save the file and look at your browser. The headings have changed their color to dark green. Next, let's change the font and font size of our paragraphs. So type P, curly braces, font hyphen family, select sans serif. And in the next line, type font hyphen size 18 pixels. You see the change? Now, I want all of this text to be center aligned. There are multiple ways of doing this. I can add text align center to H1, H2 and P separately, but this is tedious and not recommended. Instead, I'll choose the body tag and add text align center. You see the change? Any style that's added to a parent element affects all its children. There you go. This is how basic CSS works. Here's a quick summary. One way of adding styles to web page is to add them inside style tags within head section. When two selectors have same styles, selectors can be combined using comma. Any style added to parent element affects all its children. Internal, external and inline styles. In the previous lecture, we used one way of adding styles to the web page. That is, we added styles within the style tag in the head section of the web page. That's called internal style sheet. This way of inserting styles is helpful if we have only one web page. But when we have multiple web pages of a single website, we would want to add the same styles to all the web pages. Adding the same style element to all pages is a waste of time. Hence, we use something known as an external style sheet. That is, we save all the styles in a CSS file and refer to that file from all our web pages. Let's see how to do that. Open your editor and create a new file. Save it as styles.css in HTML folder. Note carefully, the extension should be .css. Open your paragraphs.html file and copy all the styles into styles.css and save the file. Remove the styles from the HTML file. Save this file, open Chrome and you will see that our styles are gone. Don't worry, we'll bring them back in 2 minutes. Replace the style tags with link tag. The link tag is used to refer the CSS file using href attribute. Href attribute will contain the path of the CSS file. In our case, it's simply styles.css. Now the browser needs to know what this link tag is. So we need to add another attribute which is rel, expands to relation, the value of which is style sheet, and another attribute type and its value will be text/CSS. That's it. You'll see that our styles are back. You can add just this one line in all the web pages to borrow the styles from a central CSS file. So any change you make in one file will reflect in the entire website. Cool, right? Now, sometimes we would like to add styles to just one element. Say there's just one heading in one web page that we want to appear differently. To quickly add a style to just one element, we use inline styles. Let's see an example here. In this web page, let's make the second heading blue in color. Go to H2, add an attribute style with value, color, blue. Now preview. You see that the heading has changed to blue. We can also change the font size. Add a semicolon, type font hyphen size 18px. This way of inserting CSS is called inline styles. Using internal and external style sheets are best practices. However, for the next few lectures, while we learn the basics of CSS, we will be using inline styles. Colors. In CSS, colors are used for defining background color, text color, or a border color. Say for example, background color for a div, or a text color for a paragraph, or a border color for an image. For background color, the property used is background hyphen color. For text color, it's just color. And for border color, it's border hyphen color. The color value can be specified in multiple ways. You can use one of the 140 predefined color names like this, or use the hex values like these, or their RGB values like these. I will not explain the meaning of hex and RGB values in this course because there are excellent resources available online like W3 Schools where you can learn more about what hex and RGB values mean. If you want to just skip the learning part and simply want to use a color picker instead, here's a link that will give you the codes for the color you pick. Both these links are provided in the text file attached to this lecture as a resource. We will mostly use hex values or color names further in our course. So let's go and add some color to our pages in the next few lectures. Width and height. These properties are used for images and block level elements like paragraphs, divs, and some more such elements that we'll see later in our course. It's pretty simple. Open your editor, create a new file, and save it as width-height.html. Create the basic HTML skeleton, title it as width and height. Now add two div elements. Let's use some inline styles to learn quickly. Add a style attribute to the first div and give a width of 300 pixels along with a height also of 300 pixels. Add a background color of #5656dd, which is a shade of blue. Save the file and click on Live Preview. You will see a blue block of 300 pixels width and 300 pixels height. You cannot see the second div, right? That's because it has no width, height or background color. Let's set them. Add the style attribute for the second div. Give width as 50% and height as 200 pixels and background color as #000000, which is black. Now open Chrome. Note that we have mentioned the width in percentage this time instead of pixels, which is 50%. So the div occupies 50% of the browser window. Also, if you are wondering why is the second div not appearing next to the first div and appearing below, that's because by default block level elements like div take up the next line. To change that, we need to use a property called float, which we will learn later in our course. Now, I want you to see what happens if we remove the width property. Go to the editor and remove width. Do you see that? As we learned previously, by default, div element occupies 100% of the width of its parent container. In this case, the container is the browser itself. But what happens if we keep the width and remove the height property instead? The div is gone. That's because by default, height of the div element is based on the content inside the div element. Since we have nothing inside, height is 0. Now, in your editor, add a paragraph of text within the first div, like, this is div element 1. Now check. You see a little block just large enough for the text to appear. Now, just like the div element, we can set the width and height properties for image element also. You have already seen how to set the width and height using attributes for the image tag. I'll leave it as an exercise for you to set the width and height properties for image. Here's a quick summary. Width and height values can be specified in pixels or in percentages. For a block level element, default width is 100% of its container. A block level element by default takes up as much height as required by the content inside. To apply all that you've just learned, here comes the next activity. 7. Color bands. Read what you're supposed to do here. Here's the screenshot, here's the requirements, and index.html is the working code. Work on this activity on your own and then check back if you don't get it right. All the best. Styling text. In this lecture, we will learn how to change fonts, font sizes, text color, text alignment, text decoration and line height. Let's explore them one by one. Open your editor, create a new file and save it as text.html in the HTML folder. Create the HTML skeleton. Add the title as styling text. Now let's add 3 paragraphs of text, same text, and style them differently so that you can notice the changes. Now we need some random text to add just for display purposes. There's something called lorem ipsum text that is used by designers for the same purpose. Go to loremipsum.io and you can generate any amount of random text here made up of Latin words. So copy 1 paragraph here and paste it within p tags. Copy the same and paste it 2 more times. Save the file and open Chrome. You will see 3 paragraphs that look the same. Let's resize the editor to half the screen and Chrome to the other half so that we can see the changes live. First, let's change the fonts of all the 3 paragraphs. The property used for that is font-family. Add inline style for the first para and type font-family. Here, you will see 6 suggestions for font family. By default, each browser can display these 6 types of font. The default font family displayed by browsers is serif. Using custom fonts like Times New Roman, Calibri, Arial is a little more complex. For now, select sans serif here. The first paragraph has changed to sans serif. Let's change the fonts of second and third para as well. Choose font-family cursive here and font family fantasy here. Fonts have changed. Next style is the font size. By default, browsers display text of size 16 pixels. The property font-size is used to change the text size. Let's change it to 14 pixels here. And for the second paragraph, make it 20 pixels, and for the third paragraph, font size of 28 pixels. Do you see the changes? Quite simple, right? Next comes the text color. The property used is just color. You can use hex colors like #6768DD, which is a shade of blue, and for the next para, color RGB value like 250, 60, 0, which is a shade of red. And for the third para, set color and choose from the colors below. Let's say dark golden rod. That's nice. You have a good variation. Next, let's see text alignment. The property used is text-align. We can align text to the left, right, center, or justified. By default, text is left aligned like we've already seen here. So let's try the other 3 alignments. Text align right. For the next para, text align center. And for the third para, text align justify. You can see the changes. If you want to see the changes better, resize the browser window. You see, right align, center align, and justified align. Now we'll see the text decoration property. For that, let's add a link first. Select some text in the first paragraph, wrap it around A tags, add a href equals http://google.com, close the A tag after the phrase. Here you'll see that the link text by default appears with an underline. We can change that using text decoration property. For the A tag here, add an inline style, text-decoration, and give the value as none. Now you see that the underline is gone. On the other hand, let's underline the whole of second para. Add a semicolon and type text-decoration underline. You see, the whole of second paragraph is underlined. Do try the other values of text decoration. Let's see the last style on our list, which is line height. It's the spacing between lines of text. Line height value can be set in pixels, points, or in percentages. Let's try all three ways here. First para, give a line height of 200%, which means 2 times the font size. For the second para, set it to 14 pixels. And for the third para, 1.4, which means 1.4 times the font size. See the changes. You notice that 200% is too much spacing. This can be used for larger text. 14 pixels is too small for the second para because the font size itself is 18 pixels. The third para looks perfect. So 1.4 times is a good spacing for paragraphs of text. That's about text styles. Do experiment with different values for all these properties and see what you like best. Margin and padding. These two properties are used to create spaces around and within elements. Consider this paragraph of text with some background color. It's sticking to the top left corner of the browser. To create some space on the top and on the left, we use margin top and margin left properties. But now the text seems to be sticking to the border of the paragraph, which does not look good. To create some space within the border around the content like this, we use the padding property. Padding top, padding right, padding bottom, and padding left. So margin properties are for creating space outside of the border and padding properties to create space within the border outside the content. Now, let's code the same thing using HTML and CSS and see for ourselves. Open your editor, create a new file and save it as margin-padding.html. Create the HTML skeleton, title it as margin and padding, add a paragraph element and copy paste a part of lorem ipsum paragraph here. Click on live preview. We need to set a width and add a background color. So add inline style of width 250 pixels and background color of light gray. Right. Now we add a margin top of 50 pixels and a margin left of 100 pixels. Space has been created on the top and to the left of the element. Next, let's add padding. Padding hyphen top 30 pixels, padding right 30 pixels, padding bottom 30 pixels and padding left 30 pixels. Perfect. You can experiment with different values of margins and padding and see the changes. Here, we have set the margin and padding in pixels. We can also use percentages in place of pixels. I will not be covering that in our course. You can, however, try them for yourself. Now, there's one value for margin that's very useful. The value is auto. Suppose I set margin left to auto. Let's see what happens. You see, margin left auto means the browser needs to calculate the value depending on margin right. Since margin right is not set, browser assumes 0. But what if I set margin right also to auto? Wow! The element is center aligned. This is the best way to horizontally center align an element within its container. Do remember this. It will be useful when we get to building a complete website. Next, let's learn the shorthand properties for margin and padding. Instead of using 4 different properties for margin like this, the shorthand property margin can be used and the 4 values can be specified with spaces top, right, bottom and left in this order. An easy way to remember this is it goes clockwise starting from top. So top, right, bottom and left. The shorthand property padding is also used the same way. If you need only one padding, for example, the left padding, you can specify 0 for all the other three. Suppose the right and left values of padding are same, then the last value can be skipped. Along with the right and left being same, if the top and bottom values are same too, the third value can be skipped. If all four values are same, only one value needs to be mentioned. Same with margin property too. Now let's use shorthand properties in our previous example in the code and see. Replace the three margin properties with just margin and its value being 50 pixels, 0, 0 and 100 pixels. That is top, right, bottom and left. The zeros are important, otherwise the values all get messed up. Also, let's replace all the four padding properties with one single padding, which is padding 30 pixels. That's about margin and padding. Watch this lecture once again if you need to, because you have an interesting activity coming up. There's something called a CSS box model. While setting the width, padding and margin for block level elements like paragraphs and divs, this box model is very helpful. Suppose you have a block of width 300 pixels and height 300 pixels. If you add a padding of 30 pixels on all sides, the total width and height become 360 pixels because it's 300 pixels plus 30 and 30 on either sides. If you add a margin of 20 pixels on all sides, the width and height become 400 pixels. And with a border of 5 pixels on each side, they become 410 pixels. This is the total space that the block will occupy on the web page. Here, I've highlighted the margin with dotted lines, but on the web page, it will be invisible. So, if you need a block with total width of 300 pixels, you need to calculate the content width accordingly. So, the content width will be total width minus left margin minus right margin minus left border minus right border minus left padding minus right padding. Similarly with the height also. So in our case, above content width is equal to 300 minus 20 minus 20 minus 30 minus 30 minus 5 minus 5, which is 190 pixels. This is a very helpful concept that you will need to use while building large websites. Do take note of it. Activity demonstration. Here's an activity to create some blocks using HTML and style them using CSS. This is the screenshot of the web page you need to create. Here are the requirements. Width of the outer box is 360 pixels excluding a padding of 30 pixels on all four sides. Colors used are grey, green and red with color codes given. Font size is 32 pixels and color white. Text is center aligned. All required paddings and margins are 30 pixels each. The screenshot of the web page and the requirements are attached as resources with this lecture. If you want to try this activity on your own, pause the video here, download the resources and go for it. Otherwise, continue watching. Take a look at the web page now. First, there's a gray div element within which there are two more div elements of green and red color. We know the width, background color, margin and padding from the requirements. Let's get to the code. Open brackets, create a new file and save it as boxes.html within a new folder boxes inside the activities folder. Add the basic HTML skeleton, title it as boxes. Now let's add the three div elements required. One div here and within the div, two more divs. Add inline styles to the first div. We know from the first requirement that the width is 360 pixels, padding is 30 pixels and the background color is #D9DCDC. Click on live preview and you can see the outer box. The height is much lesser, but don't worry, it'll increase once we add the content inside. You cannot see the other two boxes yet because there's no content and we haven't styled them yet. Add the text box 1 here and box 2 here. Add inline style for box 1. Again, from requirement number 2, we know that the background color is hash 16A085. And from requirement number 3, font size is 32 pixels. Font family sans serif. Color white. And text align center. From requirement number 4, we know that padding is 30 pixels. Check your output. Perfect. We don't have to specify the width for this inner div because by default, the div element occupies 100% of its parent's width. Now, add the inline styles for second div also. Set the background color as hash E7 4C 3C. Font size 32 pixels. Color white. And text align center. Also, padding 30 pixels. Now check the output. We are almost there. The only thing we need now is the space below first div. For that, we can either add a margin bottom to the first div or a margin top to the second div. We'll follow the first method. Add a margin bottom 30 pixels here. There we go. We got our output. That's great. But we have a lot of repeated inline styles which can be replaced with internal style sheet. So add style tags here within the head element, select div and within curly braces, cut and paste these styles. Font size 32 pixels, color white and text align center because that's common. And also padding 30 pixels. Remove these repeated styles from the second div. Now, the code looks much neater and readable. I know we still have some inline styles. A little further in our course, we'll learn how to remove these also. I hope you have a better understanding of divs, margins and padding now. For the next activity, you're on your own. Good luck!
Go to the GitHub link, go to 9, top movie of 2019, read up the requirements. Here's the screenshot. This is what you need to create. And as always, the working code is right here if you don't get it. Make sure you work on this activity and only then continue with the video.
Web page layouts. When building websites, one of the major challenges faced is the different screen sizes of desktops, mobiles, and tablets that are available. The width and resolution of devices are different. When I first started building websites on my own, I had no idea about this. I simply crafted a beautiful website on my laptop. It looked great until I sent the code to my friend who opened it on her laptop and I was shocked to see what it looked like. My website was skewed to the left and there was a lot of empty space on the right. That was bad. I then realized that my laptop screen was smaller than my friend's and that's what caused this issue. So something had to be changed about the website layout, keeping in mind thousands of devices around the world. For this exact reason, there are 4 types of web page layouts: static, fluid, adaptive, and responsive. Let's get a quick understanding of each one. Static. A static page layout uses a fixed width using pixels. The page width does not change based on the browser width. For example, if the page width is 960 pixels and if your desktop is 1200 pixels wide, the page appears in the center 960 pixels. And if your device width is lesser than 960 pixels, a horizontal scroll bar appears. If you're viewing this on a smartphone, the website is scaled to fit automatically. Until almost 2010, this was the layout majority of the websites followed. Next, fluid. A fluid layout uses percentage widths instead of pixels. So you simply say width 100% for a div and it stretches the entire width. Suppose you want two columns, you can make it width 50% for each and it scales according to the browser width. We will soon learn how to make these columns. Adaptive and responsive. Most of the modern websites are adaptive or responsive today. They adapt themselves based on the screen size of the device. In CSS, you can use something called media queries and conditionally resize your content based on the device size. We will not go into details of both these layouts in our course. In the next lecture, you will learn how to design a static page layout, and by the end of the course, you will have designed a fluid layout website. Static web page layout. It is also known as fixed width or fixed web page layout because the page design has a fixed width. Traditionally, web pages had a width of 960 pixels because screen resolutions of monitors in those days were too less. However, today majority of the visitors have screen widths of at least 1366 pixels or more. So let's create a web page with a static layout that has a fixed width of 1200 pixels. Open brackets editor, create a new file and save it as static-layout.html in the HTML folder on desktop. Create the HTML skeleton, title it as static web page layout. Now create a div here which will act like the wrapper for the whole page. So all your content will come within this div and this div is going to be 1200 pixels wide. So type style equals width 1200 pixels and height 1000 pixels just to begin with. Click on live preview. You will not see anything here because the div doesn't have any content or background color. So go back to the editor, add a background color gray. Now check Chrome. You can see a gray block of 1200 pixels wide, but it's not in the center the way we want. So how do you make sure that this block appears in the center for all screen sizes? Remember, there's a trick. While we were discussing margins, we saw that when you set margin auto, the block automatically appears in the center of the page. See? Now resize the browser to see that it is in the center actually, no matter what size you do. And if the width is smaller than 1200 pixels, a horizontal scroll bar appears. Now let's make one more modification to this layout. Back to your editor and add any background color to your body. So type style equals background color, let me give coral, and change the color of your wrapper to white instead of grey. Now view this on Chrome. You see, now you can add any content here in your wrapper and build beautiful web pages. For example, let's add a div within the wrapper, set a padding of 30 pixels, background color black. Within this div, add a h1 tag, type title, add another div here with a padding of 30 pixels, and within this div, type a paragraph which just says just a simple paragraph here. Now check this on Chrome. We have our paragraph, but our title is missing. That's because by default, the title color is black. So change it to color white. Now check Chrome. Great! You are on your way to building simple, beautiful websites already. Now make sure to work on the next two activities and then congratulations! You would have successfully completed another section of your course. Time to celebrate!
You have two activities coming up next, so use this CSS cheat sheet as a reference. This PDF has all the things you learned so far, internal, external, inline styles, and the properties that you learned, which you will need for the next two activities. So download this and keep it handy if required. Now the next activity is here, style your own web page. So read up on whatever is given here and create your own web page. You can use the web page that you created in section 1 and style it up, or if you feel like create something new. After this, go back and work on this 12 HTML and CSS together. Read up on what's required. This is the screenshot. This is what you need to create. As always, requirements here and the working code is here. Of course, if you need the logo, it's right here within the requirements. There is the text that is within the web page. So you can copy it from here and you can take the image from here. Alright, so good luck. Make sure you complete the activity, refer to the working code, get everything right, and only then move further with the video.
Some more HTML and CSS. So far in our course, we have seen some simple HTML elements and some simple CSS styles. That was just to get you started quickly. Yes, you can build web pages with just this much knowledge. But there are some more HTML elements, attributes, and very important CSS properties required to build real-world websites. Some text formatting tags, elements such as lists, tables, headers, footers, and attributes such as IDs and classes, and CSS properties such as border, background, position, and float. Now is the best time to get introduced to these. So gear up. Let's see them one by one in this section. Text formatting. There are few tags in HTML for making text bold, italic, and so on. It's quite simple. Take any text that you want to make bold, place it within B tag, and the text turns bold. And for italics, place it within I tags and the text turns italic. That's it. There are two more tags, strong and EM, which also make the text bold and italic respectively. I'm not going to explain the difference between strong, bold, and EM and I tags in this course. I'm just going to use B and I anymore for simplicity. Alright, shall we try these out now? Open your brackets editor, create a new file and save it as text-formatting.html within the HTML folder. Add the HTML skeleton, title it as text formatting, add a paragraph here with one sentence that says the text here appears bold, italic, and both bold and italic. Now to make this word bold, we need to add an opening B tag before it and close the B tag after it. It's as simple as that. Save and check on Chrome. You'll see that this word appears bold. Now let's do the same for italic. Add an I tag before italic and add the closing tag after italic. See, the word has changed to italics. Now to make this phrase both bold and italic, add a B tag before the phrase along with an I tag. Close both the I tag and the B tag after italic. It's important to close I tag first and then B. If you've opened I first and B later, then it's important to close B first and I later. You remember the hierarchy, right? Now it appears both bold and italic. Now, like I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, you can use strong instead of B and EM instead of I. Let's try that out too. Replace B with strong and I with EM. Now check Chrome. Nothing has changed, right? So that's how you format your text. There are few more such tags in HTML, which are SUP for superscript text. So 2 and 5 appears as superscript. And another tag subscript SUB where 2 appears as a subscript. Another tag DEL which makes the text look deleted. And next, a tag INS which appears like the text is inserted, so it appears with an underline. Do try out these tags for yourself before jumping into a fun activity coming up right away.
Using some of the text formatting tags that you just learned, now is the time to work on this activity. 13. Text formatting. Do read up on the requirements and check back on the working code if you don't get it. But yeah, don't worry if you don't get this working on your own because this is slightly complicated. But if you do, great job!
Add comments. In this lecture, we will learn adding comments to our code. So what are comments? They are simply statements that explain the code to whoever is reading your code. You might say, hey, I'm the only one who reads my code. Do I still need comments? Yes, you do. Trust me, if you come back to your code 6 months later, you'll really have no clue why you added a particular image after a paragraph or why you added some styles to your div. Comments make it easier for you or anyone to go through and understand your code. These are ignored by browser, so you can write whatever you want. HTML comments are opened with this, a lesser than symbol, exclamatory mark and two hyphens, and closed with two hyphens and a greater than symbol. Note that the closing tag has no exclamatory mark and your comment goes here. Let's try this out. Open your paragraphs.html file in brackets editor. Let's add a comment above the first paragraph. So type with me, a lesser than symbol, exclamatory mark, two hyphens, a quick introduction, and now the closing tag, two hyphens and a greater than symbol. Click on live preview. Do you see? The comment is not displayed by the browser. You can add as many lines inside the comments like this. And you can add as many comments to your code as you want. Let's add another comment. Second heading and the closing tag. Open Chrome and again you don't see the comments, right? So next, CSS comments. CSS comments have a different syntax compared to HTML comments. This starts with a forward slash followed by an asterisk and closes with an asterisk followed by a forward slash. And your comment goes here. Let's try this out. Now open the styles.css that's associated with paragraphs.html. Here are the styles. You can add comments anywhere in this code. Let me add it here. Font size of 18 pixels is ideal. Now open Chrome. You see, it doesn't change anything in your browser. These comments are just for your reference. Now, comments are not only useful for statements, there's one more use. Suppose you want to remove a part of code just to see what difference it makes. You can comment out that code. For instance, let's say you want to remove this line font family sans serif and see what it looks like. Instead of deleting the line and later adding it, you can comment it out like this. You see, The font has changed because browser ignores anything inside comments. You want it back? Just remove the comments and it's back. Check. Great. That's about comments. It's always good practice to add comments to your code wherever necessary. Create lists. In this lecture, you will learn how to create lists with numbers, alphabets, and lists with bullet points. These are called ordered lists, and this one is called unordered list. HTML has OL tag for ordered lists where O stands for ordered and UL tag for unordered lists where U stands for unordered. Let's go ahead and create some lists. Open your brackets editor, create a new file and save it as lists.html. Add the HTML skeleton and title it as lists. Add the text you want to convert to list. So let's say I add first point, second point and third point. Let's convert this to list. First open an OL tag before the content and close it after the text. Then enclose each of the list item within li tags like this. Li and close the li tag here, open another li tag, close it here and so on. Now click on live preview. Here you have an ordered list. By default, an ordered list has decimal numbers as the markers. If you want alphabets or Roman numerals, you can use the type attribute here. So, type equals A, small letter, gives you lowercase alphabets. Similarly, the type attribute has three more values: capital A for uppercase alphabets, small I for Roman numerals, and capital I for uppercase Roman numerals. Try them. Now, let's go to unordered lists. Copy the same list and paste it below. Just change the OL tag to UL instead and closing tag as well. Now you have bullet points. Again, by default, the marker for unordered list is disk. The type attribute is not supported for UL in HTML5, so we'll have to use CSS to change the marker. We'll do that in the next lecture. Next, let's see how to nest lists, meaning adding one list within another. Within one list item just before closing the li tag, add your sub list like this. You can either add an ordered list or an unordered list here. Let me add an ordered one. So OL type equals A, close the OL tag and add each list item here. Say li sub list item 1, sub list item 2. So you see, you have a list inside another. You can do that for unordered lists as well. So within the first list item, I add the OL tags and then the list items 1 and 2. Here, you have also learned how to nest lists now. Here's a quick summary. OL tag is for ordered lists and UL tag for unordered lists. Each list item needs to be enclosed in li tags while the entire list itself to be enclosed in UL or OL. Type attribute is used to change the marker for ordered lists, which has the following values: 1, lowercase a and uppercase A, lowercase I and uppercase I. Next, let's learn how to style them using CSS. Styling lists. Just like a paragraph or a div element, you can add background color, margins, padding, or change text color and so on. But there are mainly two properties that are unique to lists. They are the marker type and the marker position. In the previous lecture, we saw that using type attribute for OL, we can change the marker for unordered lists. We can do the same using CSS also. Let's see. Open lists.html in brackets editor. Let's add internal styles here. Open and close the style tag. Select OL and within curly braces type list-style-type. This is the property used to change the marker. Give it a value lower alpha. Save and check the output. The marker type has changed to lowercase alphabets. The other values you can use are decimal, uppercase alpha, lower Roman, upper Roman, and so on. You can try them all yourself. Now similarly, let's change the marker for unordered list. So select UL and within curly braces type list style type and give it a value circle. Now see, the marker has changed to circle. The other values you can use here are square and disk. Now there's also another value none that can be used if you don't want any marker at all. See, the marker has disappeared. For ordered lists also you can do the same. Change it back. Next, let's see how to change the marker position. The property used for this is list-style-position. Give it a value inside. Check Chrome. You'll notice that the list has shifted to the right. Actually, it's just the markers that have shifted to the right. To really understand what this property does, we need to use long lines of text. So open another tab on Chrome and go to the website lorem2.com. Click on long and copy the first 3 points. Paste it in your editor and place the li tags appropriately. Close the li tag here, open another one, close it after second list point and open another one. Now check Chrome. Observe that the markers appear within the text. That's what inside value does. Now if you change it to outside and save, you'll notice that the markers have moved to the left. By default, the value is outside. This is great. We have learned as much about lists that we need to. Let's proceed to creating tables in our next lecture.
But before that, it's time to test your knowledge of creating and styling lists with this activity 14 to-do list. As always, read up on the requirements. Here's the screenshot of how your web page should look like, and here is the working code.
Create tables. HTML tables are used for displaying content in a structured way. Information like this needs to be displayed in tables. Or you would have seen comparison tables like this one. Creating tables in HTML are slightly more complicated compared to other elements, but don't worry, I'll make it as simple as possible. In this lecture, we'll create a table that looks like this. For tables, there are 4 main tags that you need to remember: table, tr, th, and td. Let's first start with this simple table containing 2 rows and 3 columns as an example and see how to construct this using HTML. Open brackets editor, create a new file and save it as tables.html. Add the HTML skeleton, title it as tables. Now to create a table, the entire content needs to be enclosed within table tag. So first open and close the table tag. Within this, type all the content from each column one below the other, row by row, like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
and 6. Now these three items belong to one row. So enclose them in a TR tag where R stands for row. And the next three in another TR tag. Now within each row, enclose each cell content within TD tags like this. Now click on Live Preview to open Chrome. You will see a table, but it has no borders. There is a border attribute to the table tag. Let's use it. Border equals 1. Now, I know this table doesn't look very pretty. We'll style it the way we want in the next lecture. For now, just focus on the structure and let's create the table correctly. So, a table is created cell by cell from left to right and top to bottom like this. Next, let's add another row 7, 8, 9. Go back to your editor, type 7, 8 and 9 one below the other. Now since all three belong to another row, enclose them within another TR tag. Again, enclose each cell item within TD tags. Save and check your output. You have another row. How about adding another column in each row? We just need to add another TD in each row like this. And then type the content. Row 1, row 2 and row 3. Check Chrome, you have an extra column. Next, let's add headings to this table. Headings are the same as other rows, just that the content appears bold. So type the same above all other rows and enclose it within TR tags. And for each item, enclose within TH tags instead of TD because it's a heading where H stands for heading. This is the only difference for a heading row. Check Chrome. You have your heading. Now you've learned how to create simple tables. Next, we'll add one level of complexity. We'll see how to merge two or more cells of a row. Let's merge the first three cells of our first row and make it heading 1. For that, count the number of cells you're merging. In our case, it's 3. So replace the 3 TH with 1 TH. Add the content heading 1 and add an attribute called callSpan, the value of which should be 3 because that's the number of cells you're merging. As simple as that. It's done. Using HTML, this is how you construct tables. We'll learn how to style this table in the next lecture. Here's a quick summary. Entire table content is wrapped within table tag. Each row content is wrapped within TR tag. Each cell content is wrapped within TD tag. A table is created cell by cell from left to right and top to bottom. TH tag is used in place of TD tag for headings. The attribute callSpan is used for TD tag to merge cells of a row. Styling tables. There are 5 major CSS properties that are used to style tables: border, border collapse, width, padding, and text align. The first property, border, I will be covering it in a separate lecture very soon. Let's see the others in action one by one. Open tables.html that you created in the previous lecture in brackets editor. Open Chrome side by side. Now you notice that there's a double border around each cell. That doesn't look good. The first property, border collapse, is used to change that.
Let's add some internal styles. Open and close the style tag. Select table and within curly braces type border hyphen collapse. And the value we use is collapse. Now our table looks neat. Next, let's look at the width property. Just like any other HTML element, table can also have its width defined. Let's try typing width and give it a value 400 pixels. Notice that the entire table has taken 400 pixels width while each cell has been given space according to the content within. What happens if we give a width of only 50 pixels? Definitely the table will not take just 50 pixels. It will take the least width possible based on the content. We can also define the width in percentage like 100% or 50%. You can pause the video and try some more values. Now, if you want a specific width for a column, you can use inline styles for a TH or a TD like this. Style, width, 200 pixels. And the entire column takes up 200 pixels. You can try more values, like say 80 pixels, and see that it has taken up 80 pixels. Try another value, 100 pixels, and again the entire column takes up 100 pixels. Next, we'll look at the padding property. Padding cannot be applied to the whole table. It has to be applied to each cell. So here, type th, td, because we are applying padding to both headings and each cell. Type padding 5 pixels. Now look at the output, much neater. Or you could type padding 5 pixels space 10 pixels. So top and bottom will be 5, right and left will be 10 pixels. You can experiment with different values. Next, let's look at the text align property. By default, the headings are center aligned. You can change that by typing th here and typing text align left. See? Or instead, if you want the entire table to be center aligned, you can add this property to the table itself. Remove this, add text align center. Look at that. Remember, whatever style is applied to the parent element, that is table, applies to all its child elements as well, which is the rows and the columns. Well, that's about styling tables. Here's a quick summary. You can give 3 properties to the table element: border collapse, width, text align. You can give 3 properties to the TD and TH elements: width, padding, text align. Now, it's your time to experiment with different selectors and different values to understand better. I look forward to answering your questions after your experiment. Activity demo. Work schedule. Here's an activity to create a web page with work schedule for a day. This is the page you need to create using HTML headings, paragraphs, and tables. Let's look at the requirements. Width of the entire content is 1000 pixels and the content appears at the center of the browser window. Both the blocks have 30 pixels of padding each. Colors of the two blocks are dark sea green and the hex code. Font size of table content is 20 pixels and cell padding is 10 pixels. Font size of the two paragraphs is 18 pixels each. The screenshot of the web page and the requirements are attached as resources with this lecture. So if you want to try this activity on your own, pause the video here, download the resources and go for it. But do come back to watch this demo to learn more. Otherwise, continue watching. Have a look at the web page now. There are 2 div elements, both center aligned with respect to the browser window. And from the requirements, we know that they are of 1000 pixels width each. Let's get to code. Open brackets editor, create a new file, name it as index.html, create a new folder within activities folder, name it as work-schedule. Now save this index.html within that. Add the basic HTML skeleton and title it as work schedule. Add two div elements. Let's style them according to the requirements using internal styles. So add the style tags, select div and within curly braces type width 1000 pixels and margin auto. Remember, margin auto makes the div element center aligned with respect to the browser window. That's what we want. And from requirement number 2, they have a padding of 30 pixels. So add padding 30 pixels. But by adding padding, we have increased the width to 1000 plus 30 on the left and 30 on the right, which is 1060 pixels. Because width of a block is calculated using the CSS box model, right? So we have to change the width value to 940 pixels in order to make the whole content 1000 pixels. It's very inconvenient to always calculate the width this way. For this very reason, there's a very useful property called box sizing. It has two values, content box and border box. When the value is content box, the width of the whole block is calculated according to the CSS box model. It's the default value. But instead, if we set the value to border box, the width is inclusive of padding and border. So simply use the box sizing property and give any padding without being worried about the width. Next, according to requirement number 3, since both the blocks have different backgrounds, let's use inline styles to add background color to them. So style equals background color, dark sea green for the first one, and style equals background color hash F5 F5 F5. Now click on live preview to open Chrome. You will see two empty blocks center aligned. Let's add the required content. Look at the screenshot again. There's a heading element within first block. So add h1 tag here and type work schedule. And within the second div, add a paragraph of lorem ipsum text, which you can copy from lorem2.com and paste it here. Next comes the table. Add the table tags below paragraph and add the content from the table cell by cell in separate lines like we learned in our previous lecture, like this. I'm giving spaces so that it's easier to understand different rows. Add the tr tags around each row content like this. The first row is the heading row, so add th tags around each cell content. And for the other rows, add td tags. Do the same for all the rows. Now check Chrome. You have your heading, your paragraph and your table. Now add another paragraph of lorem ipsum text here. But first type notes for self within b tags. Again, you can copy the lorem ipsum paragraph from lorem2.com.
Now check your output. Great. Now we need to style the table, the heading and the two paragraphs. From the fourth requirement, we know that the font size of the entire table is 20 pixels. So select table and within curly braces add font size 20 pixels. But we also need a border. So come down to table, add the attribute border, give it a value 1 and go back to the styles, type border collapse. Cell padding of 10 pixels has to be given to TD and TH elements. So type TH padding 10 pixels, TD padding 10 pixels. Also, notice from the screenshot that the headings are left aligned. So below TH, add text align left. Again, you'll see that the heading is white and not black. So select H1 and add color white. Now from the last requirement, paragraphs need to be 18 pixels. So select P and add font size 18 pixels. Check your output. That's about it. We have the exact looking web page here. Hope you enjoyed this activity. The next one is even more exciting and you gotta do it on your own. Go to the GitHub link and open this activity 16 resume. Yes, here's the screenshot that you're supposed to create. You can use headings, paragraphs, tables, and whatever you learned in the previous demo. Here are the complete requirements. And finally, here is index.html, the working code. But I also have a couple of hints. So first look at this hints.jpg file if you are not able to do it on your own, and even if that's not sufficient, you can take a look at the hints.pdf. Now, good luck! IDs and classes. Before we learn about IDs and classes, I want to take you back to the lecture where we formatted 3 paragraphs of text. You must have saved the file as text.html in your HTML folder. Open that and see the code. We have used inline styles to style the 3 paragraphs differently. This is not good practice because HTML and CSS are all mixed up and for few other reasons. But to use internal styles, we cannot use P as the selector here because all 3 elements are P and all the elements have different styles. We need a different kind of a selector, right? This is where IDs and classes come into picture. We can attach an identity to each element or group similar elements into classes. This way, we can separate the CSS from HTML. Every single HTML element can be given an ID or a class or both using the attributes ID and class. Let's look at ID first. You can give any name here like P1, main div or whatever makes sense and select this element in CSS using hash followed by the ID name and define styles. But there are 3 things to remember about IDs. First, an ID name is unique to one element in a page. No 2 elements can have the same ID. This will be wrong. Think of HTML ID attribute as a student ID number. No 2 students can have the same ID, right? Second, one element can have only one ID. Again, the way one student can have only one student ID. Third, ID names cannot have spaces. Everything else is allowed. Now, let's look at the class attribute. You can give any name here also, like mypara or links or block, and select these elements in CSS using dot followed by the class name and then define the styles. Unlike IDs, the same class name can be given to multiple elements. Think of HTML class as students' subjects. So multiple students can have the same subjects, right? Also, similar to students and their subjects, one element can have multiple class names separated by space and not commas. So obviously, a class name cannot have spaces because that will be considered 2 class names. Let's understand all of these practically.
Pay attention now because we'll be using IDs and classes a lot in the upcoming lectures. Open text.html in brackets editor. Let's add another paragraph here with the same styles as the second para. So P2 and P4 will be similar. Now let's convert all these inline styles into internal styles using IDs and classes. Now we have 4 paragraphs. We will give a separate ID to each of them. So type ID equals para 1, ID equals para 2, ID equals para 3 and ID equals para 4. To define internal styles, add the style tag here within the head element. Select the elements by hash sign followed by the ID name this way. Now all you need to do is copy and paste the styles in the respective selectors. I'll just add new lines for better readability. Hash para 2. I'll remove this and copy paste the values. Do the same for para 3 and para 4 as well. Now save the file and click on Live Preview to open Chrome. It looks the same, right? If it doesn't look the same, something must have gone wrong. Compare your code with mine and you'll get it right. Now, we can make improvements to this code. Like I mentioned, para 2 and para 4 have the same styles, so we can combine them. Add hash para 4 next to para 2 separated by a comma and delete this entirely. That's it. Actually, we can improve this further. Instead of using 2 separate IDs for para 2 and para 4, we can use one single class. That's what classes are meant for. So add the class attribute to para 2 and give it any name. Let's say para-special. Do the same to para 4 as well. Class equals para-special. And now change the selector here to dot para-special. Save and check your result. It's the same. Now any single change you want to make to your second and fourth para can now be made in one single place. Let's say you want to reduce the font size to 16 pixels. Change it here and see. It's done. Both the paragraphs are now of 16 pixels. Isn't this much easier? And look at your code. It looks very neat and readable. Many beginners find it hard to understand when to use IDs and when to use classes. I hope this example made it clear. Use the next activities to strengthen your concepts of IDs and classes. Borders. With the CSS border property, you can set the border style, border color, and border width using these respective properties. Border style is used to specify whether the border is solid, dashed, dotted, etc. Border width is best specified using pixels. For border color, you can use hex colors, RGB values, or color names. Let's get to practicals. Open brackets editor, create a new file, name it as borders.html and save it within the HTML folder. Add the HTML skeleton, title it as borders. Now create 3 divs. Give each div a different ID. Say div 1, div 2 and div 3. Let's add some internal styles. Open and close the style tags. Let's set a width and height for each div. So select div and within curly braces type width 400 pixels and height of 200 pixels. Also set a margin of 10 pixels. Click on Live Preview to open Chrome. but you cannot see anything yet because there's no text or background. Now let's add borders for each div one by one. Select div 1 and within curly braces type border-style solid. Check Chrome. That's it. A border appears. You don't have to specify the width or color. By default, a medium border appears with the default color. Now, add border width 5 pixels and border color fire brick. Now check your output. What happens if we remove the border style? Let's comment it out. Check, the border is gone. So we understand that the property border style is compulsory for the width and color to appear. Now add it back. Let's give different borders to the next two divs. Select #div2 and within curly braces type border-style dashed border-width 2 pixels and border-color blue. Check that. Select div3 and type border style dotted, border width 10 pixels and border color green. Now that's what dotted border does. This much is fairly simple. Now what if we want different borders on top, bottom, right and left? Just the way we define padding or margin using 4 values like this, top, right, bottom, left, we can do the same for border as well. So you can write border style solid dashed dotted and inset, border width 2 pixels, 4 pixels, 6 pixels and 8 pixels, and border color say green, red, blue and black. See, you might think, what's the use of such different borders? They look so bad. But they look really great if used correctly. I'll give you 2 examples here. For the first div, I'll give solid none, border color green and border width of 4 pixels. You see, this looks great for a block of text. For example, I'll type a nice block of text inside div 1. Let me add a font size of 30 pixels and a line height of 200 pixels, the same as the height. Let me add text align center. Nice, isn't it? Now instead of solid none, we can simply type solid none and leave it at that. Remember, when you specify only 2 values, the first value is for top and bottom, the second one is for left and right. Okay, for the next div, I'll give only border left. So that would be none, solid because it's top, right, bottom and left. Width, leave it at 2 pixels and add a color red. Also, I'll give font size 30 pixels here and height of auto because I don't want such a huge block now. Inside the div, let me add a quote. Change begins with you. Okay, let's make it look better. Change the border width to 5 pixels and add some margin between the divs. So let me say margin 40 pixels and 0. And also a padding of 15 pixels. Now see how nice this looks. These are just 2 examples. There's so much more you can do with borders. Notice one thing above. We need only the left border. So instead of writing this as none, none, none solid, we can add a new property, border hyphen left hyphen style, and give it a value solid. Simple, only the left border appears. You can do the same for width and color too. Add a left here and a left here. You can use these individual properties as you need. Like instead of left, you can make it top, you can make it bottom, you can make it right, or anything. Experiment yourself. There's one last thing about border properties that you need to know. You can combine all these three properties into just one border property when you want a same border for all four. See, for example, border dotted 10 pixels green. See, nothing changes. But if you want it only at the bottom, you can make it border hyphen bottom and the rest remains the same. Now check. That's about it. Let's summarize now. Borders can be specified using three properties: border style, border width, border color. Border style property is compulsory for the border to appear. Top, right, bottom and left borders can have different styles, widths and colors. Each of the border style, border width and border color property can have 1 to 4 values separated by spaces. Or properties such as border left style, border top color, etc. can be used for individual border styles. The shorthand border property combines all three styles: style, width, color. Let's see something more interesting that we can do using borders, using something known as the border radius property. All the borders you saw so far had sharp corners. What if we want some rounded corners? This can be done using border radius. Go back to your code and observe what I do here. Just repeat it. Let me give border hyphen radius of 5 pixels. Do you notice a slightly rounded border has appeared? Let me change it to 10 pixels. Now it makes it rounder. You can even create circles. For that, first change the style to just solid and change the height also to 400 pixels along with width. Now make the border radius 200 pixels, which is half the width and height. Wonderful, right? Let me show you what this looks like for an image. Go to pexels.com, search profile picture, take any image that you want. I'll select this one here, click on download and select a custom size. This is very important. I'll type 500 and 500 and download it. Add this downloaded image into the image folder and name it as profile-picture.jpg. Let's include this in our code now. Come down and type image src equals image slash profilepic.jpg, width 500, height 500, alt profile picture. Now this code will work even if you don't give width, height and alt text, but it's always a good practice to specify these values whenever possible. Now come to the style part, select image and within curly braces type border hyphen radius, give it a value 250 pixels. You see, this looks great. This is a very common use of border radius property. You can even give a border of solid 5 pixels here. Solid 5 pixels hash F0, F0, F0. Even better, right? Now why did I give 250 pixels here? Because it's half of the width, 500 pixels. This value gives you a circle. Anything lesser like 200 gives you this. You can use whatever suits your design. Nice, right? That's about this lecture. Do experiment with different values and have fun. Backgrounds. In the previous section, you have already learned how to add a background color to an element. In this lecture, we'll see how to add background images. Here are a few examples of websites that have used background images. Almost every modern website today uses them to enhance the appearance and to convey the feel. But if it's not done correctly, it might annoy the users. In this lecture and the next one, I'll show you how to use background images. For this, the following three CSS properties are mostly used: background image, background size, background repeat. Let's see them practically. Open brackets editor, create a new file and save as backgrounds.html in the HTML folder. Add the basic HTML skeleton and title it as backgrounds. Let's add a div and give it an ID bg-div. Add the style tags, select hash bg-div and within curly braces type width 100%, height 700 pixels. Now we need an image to add to the background. So go to pexels.com and search white background. Choose any background. I'll scroll down and choose this one. Click on download. Select a size slightly smaller than your screen size. Click on download. Save it inside the image folder. Name it as white-bg.jpg. Now to add this image to our background, we use the CSS property background-image. Type colon, type URL and within braces, within single quotes, type the path of the image. In our case, image/white-bg.jpg. Click on Live Preview to open Chrome. You see, our image is already here. If you followed the instructions correctly, you should see something like this. Notice that the background image starts repeating itself here on the right side to fill the complete width, because the image that we have is smaller than our block's width. To stretch this image to fit the width instead of repeating, we use the property background size, and the value should be cover. Now check Chrome. The background has stretched. Perfect, right? But now, if you scroll down and notice, the bottom part of the image doesn't appear completely. That's what cover value does. It stretches to fill the background but might not show the full image. So if you want to display full image, use the value contain. Now check. You can view the full image. But at the same time, if you don't want the image to repeat, use the property background repeat and set it to no repeat. That's it. But generally, the most useful value for display purposes would be cover. So change it back and let's add some text to this block now. Within the div, add a h1 tag and type coffee table conversations with the line break after table. Now within styles, select h1 and within curly braces type font size 90 pixels, font family sans serif, text align center, color hash 6F4E37, which is coffee color, and a line height of 120%. Now check Chrome. Now the only thing we need is a padding top. So come back and add padding top 130 pixels. Looks beautiful, right? Now you see that the text is overlapping over the image, which doesn't look very clear. So let's reduce the font size to 70 pixels and check now. That's beautiful. The main thing to note here is to make sure that the text doesn't overlap with the background. Even if it does, there should be a good contrast so that the user doesn't find it difficult to read the text. So when you choose background images, choose very dark ones or very light ones, or images with a lot of empty space where you can fit your text, and then carefully position your text choosing the right font size and padding. So now try your own images text and see what happens. You might not get a beautiful output the first few times, but you'll eventually get there. Let's proceed to the next lecture where you'll see another beautiful example. Activity demo, part of homepage. This lecture is different from the previous demonstrations. Here, I won't give you the requirements and ask you to try this on your own. Instead, I want you to watch the whole demo. You will learn the most important uses of background images through this demo. Along with that, we'll use other elements and styles that we have learned in our previous lectures. So this lecture serves as a good revision. Don't hurry through this one. Take a look at this screenshot. It's the top part of a website homepage. Let's see how to create this one. Before we begin, download the resources part homepage file attached as a resource with this lecture. Unzip the folder, open the activities folder, create a new folder here and name it as home-page. Now within this, copy paste that image folder that you downloaded. Now if you open it, you can find two images inside that. bg.jpg, which is the main background image that we use, and pattern.png, which is a very small image that we repeat throughout the background in the below part of our mockup. Now, open brackets editor, create a new file, index.html, and save it within activities within home page that you just created. Add the basic HTML skeleton and title it as Blue Ladder Constructions. Now observe the screenshot. This is a static page layout. So we need a div element which we'll restrict to 1200 pixels and center it. So add a div element here, give it an ID wrapper, add the style tags within head element, select wrapper with a hash, and within curly braces type width 1200 pixels, margin auto. Next, there are two divs to be created, right? Add both the divs within wrapper div. Give them different IDs. For the first one, ID equals full-bg. The second one, ID equals pattern-bg. Now let's add styles to these divs. Select hash full-bg. Also select pattern-bg. Each of these divs has a height of about 400 pixels. So add height 400 pixels. Add the same here also. Now for the background image, type background-image :URL and within the braces, single quotes, image/bg.jpg. Now save this and click on live preview. You see, the background is perfect. But always, as a good practice, set the property background size also. And here the value that we need is cover, because that's the behavior we want for this block. Next, let's add the pattern background to the second div. Type the same thing, background-image URL within braces, single quotes, and image/pattern.png. You can actually omit the quotes here. Now check Chrome. You see, the pattern has repeated itself throughout the div. Again, as a good practice, You can set the property background repeat to repeat. This is the default value. Let's try and give another value here, which is repeat-x. That means repeat the image only along the x direction, that is horizontal direction. Check Chrome. Zoom in until you can see the small pattern repeating itself only horizontally. At times, this behavior comes useful. Now let's change it back to repeat. Now that we have our backgrounds, let's add the text. In the top part, add two paragraphs and type blue ladder and constructions. Check Chrome. You can hardly see the text here in this background. Let's give these two paragraphs different IDs. ID equals title and ID equals subtitle. Add these selectors in CSS, hash title and hash subtitle. We need to change the font family, color, size, alignment, etc. So select font family, sans serif. Do the same for subtitle also. Font size 72 pixels and for subtitle font size 48 pixels. Now don't worry about how to figure out these sizes. You can randomly type a size first and keep modifying it till you get it right. But here I don't want to spend time on that. The title color is hash 77B0DD and the subtitle color is white. Again, assume that these color specifications are given to you by your client or your designer. Next, add text align center to both. Now check Chrome. We need to make the title bold. So come down and add B tags. Close it here. Now it's almost done except for the text spacing. Browsers add some margins to paragraphs by default. We need to override those styles. So come back and type margin 0 here and margin here 0 here also. See, we only need a padding top now. So come back and for the title, give a padding top of 80 pixels. Save and check. No, it's a little more than 80 pixels, so make it 130 pixels. Perfect, it's vertically aligned now. Let's proceed to the below part. Here, you can consider the statement our mission as H2 element. So add H2 and add the content, our mission. Next, add the P element and add the content. Give an ID to the paragraph, ID equals description. There's no need for an ID for H2 because H2 is the only element in this page. Select H2 and select hash description. Here also we need to change the font family, size, color, alignment and padding. So type font family sans serif for both. Font size 32 for H2 and font size 24 pixels for description. Add text align center for both. The line spacing for this paragraph is 150 pixels, so add that. Line height 150%. Okay, the only thing pending now is the padding in this div. Again, the margins have to be made 0 for both. Add a padding directly to pattern BG. Let's say padding of 60 pixels. And we need a margin top and bottom for our H2. So add 50 pixels 0. And then the padding has increased the height of our second block. So let's set the box sizing property and give it a value border box. Now check the output. Congratulations, your design is ready. It's time to celebrate if you have got this one right, because this is a lot. If you found this lecture difficult, let me tell you, you must find it difficult. It's normal. We have combined so many concepts into this one lecture. I wanted to give you a feel of how real web design is. Once you have a little experience, this much will be a piece of cake. For now, don't worry if you're overwhelmed. Go through your code again and again. I'm here to answer your questions. The float property. So far in our course, we have seen that elements appear in the page one below the other in the same order in which they are written in the HTML file. Now we'll see how to stack elements next to each other also. One of the best ways to do this is using the float property. Here are some simple examples where we use float. When you want some text to appear next to the image like this. Second example is where you want some blocks next to each other. And third one being when you want to create a navigational menu. Let's understand how to do these. Open brackets, create a new file, save it as float.html in the HTML folder, add the basic HTML skeleton, title it as float property. Add a paragraph element here and add some lorem ipsum text. Let's place an image before the text and see what happens. For this, you can either download the image attached as resource to this lecture, or you can use your own image. Main thing is to save the image in the image folder within your HTML folder. I've named it as sample.jpg. So add src equals image/sample.jpg, height equals 150. Open Chrome, and by default you see that the browser does not wrap the text completely around the image. This is where the float property becomes useful. Add internal styles here using style tags. Select image and within curly braces type float left. Now check Chrome. See that the text wraps around. Now instead of left, if you use the value right, the image literally floats to the right top of the container. By default, the value of float is none. Now let's change it back to left. Now, if you want some gap between the text and the image, you can add a padding right. Let's say padding right 10 pixels. Now it looks neater. You might think, hey, this is easy. But the float property brings along confusions if not used correctly. Let me show you an example. Add a div after this paragraph. Give it an ID div1. Add some styles to this div. Hash div1 and within curly braces type height 150 pixels, background color orange. Now check your output. Do you see that? The image overlaps the div. The div also wants to occupy the remaining space to the right of the image because the image is floated to the left. We don't want this, right? There's a property called clear that stays stop floating. So for the div, add this clear and give it a value both. Now it's done. There are other values for clear property like left, right and none. But mostly used value will be both. So just remember this. You might think the problem is solved now. Unfortunately, not yet. I'll show you that the problem still exists. Select P here and add a background color of light grey. Now check Chrome. Did you expect that? We would want the background to cover the full image length, right? Again, that doesn't happen because the image is floated and the height isn't considered. There's a way to fix this also. Just observe what I do and execute the same. I'll explain later. Type P colon colon after, and within curly braces type clear both content equals double quotes display table. This solves the problem completely. Great, but what exactly did we do? This P colon colon after can be used to insert some content after P and give some styles to it. It's called a pseudo element because there's no real element there. Clear both, we have already seen that. Content blank is used to specify the content. We don't need any content, that's why it's blank. Display table makes the element behave like a table. So all these three properties put together helps solve the problem float property brings along. The best practice people follow is to use a class called clearfix. So replace P with clearfix colon colon after and add the class clearfix on whichever element required on the page now. See, there won't be a problem with float then. This lecture just introduced you to the float property. To understand it better, let's see some more examples in the next one. More examples using float property. In the previous lecture, we saw how to use float and clear properties. It's difficult to understand the concept with just one example. So let's see more here. We use float property when we want three blocks or divs next to each other. Let's see how to create this one. Open the same HTML file float.html. I'll change this to div class equals block and make three of them. Let's add styles to this. Remove this entirely, type dot block, add float left, width 32% because we have to accommodate three blocks, height of say 150 pixels, background color orange. Click on live preview to open Chrome. Now actually there are three blocks here, but you cannot distinguish because of the same background color. Let's give some gap. So add a margin right of say 1%. As simple as that. But do you see some gap on the right? That's because the width and margin doesn't add up to 100%. Let's change the margin to 2% instead. What happens now? Oh, the third div comes down because now the width and margin total adds up to 101%. All we need to do is remove the margin on the last block. For this, let's add inline styles, give a margin right of 0. Now inline styles always overrides internal styles. I'll talk more about this hierarchy in the later lecture. Now open Chrome. That solves it. Let's look into the next example. We use float property in navigation menu. First, we make an unordered list like this. Type ul li home, add two more li tags, type about and contact. These are the most common links in all websites. Let's make this list look like a navigation menu. Add styles to the UL. UL list style type none because we don't want any bullets. Add a background color of black and text color of white. We need some padding. So add padding 15 pixels. Now let's add some styles to li. But before that, let's also add some margin bottom to UL. Margin bottom 30 pixels. Now for the li, the main property is float left and padding right 40 pixels for the spacing. Now check Chrome. Great. Now the only problem is with the height. We need to clear the float. All we need to do here is actually add the clearFix class that we already have to the UL tag. The problem is solved. Of course, we need to make more modifications for this menu to actually work, but you've got the look, so you get a basic idea. These were the most common uses of float. Get your concept strong before you jump into the activities coming up next. Activity demo. Blog post. Here's an activity to create a single blog post page. Simple standard blog posts look something like this. This activity uses your latest knowledge of float property in addition to the other properties and HTML elements. Here are the requirements. A static web page to be created with width 1200 pixels and content in the center. The background colors used are this, and this. Width of the left section is 800 pixels and right section is 400 pixels. Blog post title color is white. Published and author text are of this and this color. Other text is #404040. Sans serif font is used for all the text with font size of 16 pixels and line height of 140%. Use padding and margin as required to achieve a similar look. Use an unordered list to display the 4 recent post links and add dummy links of color #77777. I encourage you to try this activity on your own. The screenshot and requirements are attached with this lecture. Pause the video now, go ahead, try this one and come back for sure to watch the demo to learn more things. However, if you prefer to follow the demo, continue watching. From requirement number 1, we know that we need a static web page with 1200 pixels width like we have done before. So let's first do that much. Open brackets editor, create a new file, name it as index.html, create a new folder within activities folder, name it as blog-post and save the HTML file within that. Add the basic HTML skeleton, title it as blog post. Add a div with ID wrapper. Add the style tags. Select #wrapper and within curly braces type width 1200 pixels, margin auto. And requirement number 4 says that sans serif font is used everywhere with size 16 pixels and line height 140%. So let's add those styles. Font family sans serif, font size 16 pixels and line height of 140%. Now from requirement number 4, we know that all the text except for these 3 elements have #404040. So add that too. Color #404040. We can override these styles for those 3 elements later. Next, look at the screenshot. We have a header div with a heading. Let's add that into HTML. Div ID equals header, H1, a nice blog post title. Select #header and within curly braces type background color. Take it from requirement number 2, which is #647528. This element seems to have a padding of about 40 pixels. So add padding 40 pixels. Select H1 and we know that the color is white. Now click on Live Preview to open Chrome. Great. The left padding is fine. There's a little more padding on top and bottom. So change the padding to 50 pixels on top and bottom, 40 pixels on right and left. Now check. Perfect. Next, there are two columns left and right. So add two divs here with ID left and another div with ID right. Let's style them first and then add the content. So select hash left and set a background color from requirement number 2. It's Fi, 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 and the width is 800 pixels. Also, it has a padding of about 40 pixels, and box sizing is most important because it will increase the width otherwise. But even more important property is the float left that we've just learned. Next, select hash right, add the same styles, background color, pick it up from requirement number 2, E7, E1, E0, then width is 400 pixels, padding 40 pixels, box sizing border box, and float right. Open Chrome. You see, the structure is perfect, except for the height, which we'll modify after adding the content. Now in the left section, we need to add the date on the left and author on right. So add two paragraphs, one for date and one for author. So give the first paragraph an ID date and another paragraph with ID author. Add the content, June 1st, 2019, and I'll put my name here, author Shruti Balasa. Now we need to style these. Select date and within curly braces, add float left. Select author and add float right. Now from requirement number 4, we know that the color is hash 77777 for both. So add color hash 77777, copy the same and paste it here. Now check Chrome. That's great. Next, we need to add 3 paragraphs of lorem ipsum text. You can simply copy them from lorem2.com. Copy 3 paragraphs, add it here within p tags, and then close the p tags appropriately like this. Now check Chrome. Did you expect that? Well, that's what float property does. We haven't used the clear property, and that's why any remaining content also starts to float. Now, one way of clearing float is to create a parent element for these two elements and adding the clearFix class that we saw in our previous lecture. But there's another simpler way of clearing float that works in this case. Add another p element between these two and give it a class clear. Select class clear here and just give a style clear both. This works. Only thing now is we need a little more gap here. There are multiple ways of doing it. Give this para an ID para1 and select para1. Add a padding top of 20 pixels. That's done. Great. Next, let's add content to the right section. Add h3 content recent posts. The last requirement says we need to use an unordered list. So come back and type ul. Add 4 list points. So select some lorem ipsum list points, paste them here, and add the li tags appropriately, like this.
And since all of them are links, further wrap them around with A tags like this. With a href equals hash. This is a way to add dummy links. Hash value doesn't take you anywhere. Add dummy links for all four. Now open Chrome. Click and see. Do you see this hash at the end of the URL? It doesn't redirect you anywhere. That's called a dummy link. Now, there are few styles to be added to this list. We don't need any bullet points, so type list style type none. And we need to move it to the left to align with the heading. How do we do that? We can add margin left and give a negative value. So type minus 20 pixels. This removes a gap of 20 pixels on the left instead of adding it because it's a negative value. Now check. That's not sufficient. Make it minus 40 pixels. That works. So remember negative margins. They will come useful at times. Now, there's some gap between each list item, right? We can either give a padding or a margin to the list items. Select Li, add padding bottom 10 pixels. This is done. Again, from the last requirement, we know that the color of these list items should be hash 77777. So come back to the code, select A here and type color hash 77777. Remember, we need to add the color to the A element. Now check Chrome. This is perfect. Now the only thing we need to do is adjust the heights of both the divs. Let's add same height to both. This might be about 600 pixels. So add height 600 pixels to left and the same thing to right as well. Now check. This is a little long, so let's reduce it. Change it to 530 pixels here and 530 here as well. That's about it. We have achieved the result. Hope you learned a lot more while working on this activity. As always, I'll be ready to answer any questions you have. For the next activity, you're on your own. So good luck! From the GitHub resources folder, go to 20 Team Profiles activity. This is the web page you need to create. Here are the detailed requirements. If you need these exact images, you can find them here within the resources folder. And then, as always, the working code is here. Positions. Have you seen those sticky chat boxes on websites? And those navigation menus that appear to be fixed at the top no matter how much you scroll? And some captions that appear on top of images instead of below. How do they do these? The answer: using the CSS position property. There are different ways to position a HTML element. By default, the position is static for all elements. You've already seen this behavior. It follows the normal flow. Apart from static, three more used values for position property are fixed, absolute, and relative. We'll see them one by one. Fixed value. When the position of an element is set to fixed, it remains fixed with respect to the browser window in that position irrespective of other elements and irrespective of the window scrolling. Second, absolute. When an element is given absolute position, its position remains fixed with respect to its parent irrespective of other elements in that space. Third, relative. When an element is relatively positioned, it's almost similar to static, but you can set properties like top, bottom, left, and right to change its default position like this. Fixed and absolute positioned elements also can be shifted around the page similarly using the top, bottom, left, and right properties. Now let's use all these in code one by one and see them.
Open brackets editor, create a new file, name it as positions.html and save it within the HTML folder. Add the basic HTML skeleton, title it as positions. First, let's create that chat with us box that always remains fixed on the right bottom of a page. For that, add a div element, give it an ID chat-box and add the text chat with us. Now everything else needs to be done using CSS. So add the style tags here, select chatbox, #chatbox and within curly braces type background color dark green, color white or #FFF, width 250 pixels, height 50 pixels, font family sans serif, font size 18 pixels, text align center, and line height of 50 pixels because we want the text in the center. These are basic styles. Click on live preview to open Chrome. This is where the block normally appears, right? Now using the position property, let's see what we can do. Set position fixed. You can't see any change because we haven't added any other content to the page and we have not set the top, bottom, etc. values also. To actually see the result, simply add some lorem ipsum paragraphs here. Do you see that? Position fixed and absolute removes the element from its original position and places it elsewhere irrespective of the presence of other elements. Now because by default top, left, bottom and right values are 0, it is positioned at the top left corner of the browser. Now add some height to the body element directly. Body height 1200 pixels. Now scroll the browser window to see that the block still remains at the same position irrespective of the scrolling too. This is the major difference between position fixed and position absolute. Only fixed value gives us this output. Now, we want this block at the bottom right corner. To do that, we need to set the CSS properties bottom 0 and right 0. When we do this, the top and left are auto-calculated. Now open Chrome and you'll see that we have this block exactly where we want it. Instead, if you want a little offset from the browser window, change it to bottom 15 pixels and right 15 pixels. There you have it. Play around with different values for top, bottom, left and right to understand how exactly we use these 4 properties. You can even give the value in percentages. I'll leave that to you. Next, let's see what position absolute does. If you change this same block to position absolute instead of fixed, this is what happens. When you scroll, the element is not fixed with respect to the browser window. It's fixed with respect to the whole page. And the values bottom 0 and right 0 are taken with respect to the window. Just resize the window and see. In this case, it always remains at the same place. But there's one thing you really need to remember with position absolute elements. Their position depends on the parent, whichever closest parent is positioned with any other value other than static. Let me help you understand what I just said. Just add position relative to body. Now check. Scroll down. It's gone to the bottom of the page because now the block is positioned with respect to body, which is the closest parent whose position property is set. You'll understand better if you add another div here
around this div. Give it inline styles, background color, hash fi, and a height of about 230 pixels. Now check Chrome. Nothing changed. Did you expect this div to be within the parent div? That will happen only if you set the position property of this div here to say position and relative. Now check. See? Because now this div is the closest parent whose position property is set. This concept is very important. You have to set the position of the parent if you want the child element to be absolutely positioned within that parent. Now, where would absolute position be useful? I'll show you. Change this text to read more instead and add some paragraphs here. Remove this here. Now do you see? Let me change these to 3 paragraphs instead and you'll see better. See, irrespective of the length of this text, this read more block appears at the right bottom corner. See, remove the last paragraph, remove another paragraph and you'll see that. This is just one example of how absolute position is useful. Next, let's see what relative position does. Change the value to relative and remove the bottom and right properties. Look at the output. Without these top, bottom, left and right values, a relatively positioned element behaves exactly the same way as a static position element does. Now just add top 100 pixels. It's shifted. This won't work if the position is not set. Check. See? It needs to be positioned for the top value to work. Now you might ask, why can't I just use margin top 100 pixels? Why do I need relative position and then top property? I'll show you with an example. Comment out the top property. Add another paragraph here saying, click here to read more. Note where this line appears. That's normal. Now remove the comments around top. You see, only the read more block has shifted down by 100 pixels. But instead of top property, if you add margin top, see what happens. All the elements after this block also get shifted. So if you don't want that to affect the position of other elements, you can simply use position relative and shift only that element as needed using the top, right, bottom and left properties without using the margin properties. Again, similar to margins, negative values can also be used for top, bottom, right and left. Let's see one example of that. Add 2 line breaks here and add an image. Let's take that same white background image that we used in our previous lecture. So type white-bg.jpg. Let me set a height of 300 pixels. Let's add a caption to this image. So type P coffee table conversations. So this is where it appears below the image, right? Now if I want to appear on the image, how do I do that? Simple. Add position relative here and set the top property to minus 50 pixels. That's it. So that's about positions. If this chapter was too heavy for you, don't worry. Come back to this another day and you'll understand better. Let's move on now. Few more important HTML elements.
In this lecture, we'll learn about few more HTML elements which are used as best practices. I will not go very deep into how to use them correctly, but I'll just introduce them to you here. They are header, footer, section, and span. Header element is used to combine content like logo, brand name, navigation, etc. at the top of a web page, which is generally present across most pages in a website. Similarly, footer element is used to combine all the content like copyright information, quick links, etc. again generally present at the bottom of a web page across most pages in a website. Section element is used to group related elements. Important thing to note here is each web page can have one or more sections, headers and footers. We'll see how to use these practically in the next section when we build a complete website. Adding these elements don't make any visual difference, but they are for semantic purposes and as best practice. Another important element is the span element. When you want to style only a part of content differently, you cannot use p tag or a div tag because they are block level elements and they'll move the content to the next line. This is where span element is helpful. Just type span, give it a class or an ID for styling, or simply use inline styles to change the appearance. I encourage you to try this one by yourself. Some more CSS selectors and the cascading effect. There's a little bit more about CSS that you need to know before we close this section. I've combined all those concepts into one single lecture. First, we'll learn about the hover selector in CSS. When you take your mouse over any element on your web page, you can specify exactly how that element behaves using this particular selector. Simple example of this is color of a link changes when you take your mouse over it, or a drop-down menu appears when a link on main menu is hovered like this, or a tooltip appears on required elements, and so on. Let's see the first example practically. Open brackets editor and open the file links.html that you created in the beginning stages of this course. Click on Live Preview to open Chrome. As you see, the default appearance of a link is blue color with an underline, and when you hover on it, the cursor changes to hand symbol. Let's change this behavior. Add style tags here. Select A hover HOVER and within curly braces type color black and text decoration none. Now save and check Chrome. Nothing has changed here, but when you hover over the link, the color changes to black and the underline is gone. Move the mouse out and the original appearance is back. So these styles here define how the element appears only on hover. Next concept. You have seen single CSS selectors like these: div, #pg, .class name. But a CSS selector can contain more than one tag like these: block space image, nav, ul, li, and div plus p. We can use combinators like space, this greater than symbol, plus, and so on. They all mean different things. I'm going to show you an example of the space combinator here. You can explore the other ones on your own if you like to. Go to brackets editor, the same links.html file, add another link here outside of the paragraph. A href equals hash, just a dummy link. Now suppose you want to style only the links inside of the paragraph and leave the other links, you can use the selector p space a, which means select all the a elements anywhere within p elements. Give it a style color orange. Check Chrome. See, only the link within the paragraph element has been affected. In place of p, we can use an ID or a class.
Here also we can use an ID or a class. We can add multiple more selectors here like body, space P, space A, and so on. That's about CSS selectors. The last thing in this lecture, we will talk about what exactly cascading means in cascading style sheets. This is actually the most confusing part about CSS, but really important. There are too many rules of cascading, but I will not go very deep into it. I will explain the basics here so you will have a good idea about this and you can research further when you take up big projects. So, what is this cascading? It is best explained through an example. Consider this piece of HTML code, a div and a paragraph inside which has a class para and an ID p1 and the text hello world. Consider this piece of CSS. It has a p selector, has hash p1 dot para div p. If you notice, all these four selectors actually refer to the same element. So how does the browser style this element? Will it have black color, blue, red, orange? What font size will it be? Let's check for ourselves practically. And then I'll explain why the browser did what it did. Open brackets, create a new file, and save it as cascading.html. Add the basic HTML skeleton, title it as cascading. Now add these two pieces of code appropriately. Save and open Chrome. Look at that. It's got the font size of 30 pixels from here. It's got the sans serif font family from here, text decoration underline from here, and color blue from here. This is where a lot of beginners get really confused, but this is where the power of CSS actually lies. So let's get our basics strong. Let's try to think like a browser. The browser first sees whatever comes first, this block. So it applies font size of 16 pixels and color black. It next sees this block and applies font family sans serif. It does not undo the font size, it just additionally applies the font family. That's how CSS works. Then it sees the color. Here comes a conflict. Previous block mentioned color black, here it's color blue. Which style should it apply? In this case, something called as specificity comes into picture. The selector hash p1 is more specific than just p, so it has a higher priority. ID selectors are considered more specific than class selectors and element selectors. So the color blue overrides the color black. Next, the browser sees the third block. Text decoration underline. It's a new style, so it applies that also. But how about color red? Like I just mentioned, ID selectors have higher priority compared to class selectors. So the color red does not apply. Text color remains blue. How about the last block? It's a combination of two element selectors and hence does not have a higher specificity than the ID selector, and hence the color orange does not apply. But the font size style applies because this selector combination is more specific than just P selector. So the font size value gets overridden. I hope your concepts are clear till now because it doesn't end here, there's more. What if we add hash p1 color green at the end like this? The color changes to green. That's because when two selectors have same specificity, the styles that are mentioned later in the code are always applied. Let's add another style here. Font size 70 pixels. Now this overrides everything else
because ID selector is more specific than the combination of element selectors. Let's take this one more level now. Add an inline style with color aqua. Do you see that? All these styles are overridden by our inline style. Crazy, isn't it? This is a very simple example, just to give you a basic understanding of this concept. This much knowledge is more than enough for a beginner level. Watch this lecture again and again if you need to, until this basic concept is clear. Fluid web page layout. In the previous section, we saw a static web page layout for desktop site that looked like this. But our modern websites don't use the static layout anymore. In this lecture, let's learn to design a fluid layout which looks something like this, stretched full screen. And you will see why it's called fluid by the end of this lecture. Open brackets editor, create a new file and save it as fluid-layout.html in the HTML folder. Add the HTML skeleton, title it as fluid layout. Let's add the style tags. We will create the header first. Open header tag and close it. Add a title h1 and type lorem ipsum text. Let's style the header and h1. Select header and type background color firebrick. Select h1 and type color white. Font size 40 pixels. View this in Chrome. There's no padding. For this, we'll create a new div called wrapper inside the header. You'll see why later. Type div class wrapper and close the div tag here. Select wrapper and I'll give a padding of 30 pixels to this wrapper class. Now check Chrome. You might have noticed an annoying gap here, a white space between the header and the browser window. That's a margin automatically added by the browser. Now we don't want that. So what we do is select body and type margin 0, padding 0. That fixes it. Next, we have two columns below the header. So add two divs and give them class name column. Let them also have an ID each. ID equals div1 and ID equals div2. We'll add common styles to column class. So select column, add background color light gray, min height 400 pixels. This min height is a new property. It says the minimum height should be 400 pixels. So if the content exceeds 400 pixels, that's not a problem. But if the content is not sufficient, the height remains at least 400 pixels. It comes useful in such situations. Next, select hash div1 and hash div2. The important property is float left and the width must be about 33%. So add that. And for div2, add float right, width 67%. Now check Chrome. We actually have two columns here, but you cannot see that there are two divs because there's no spacing in between. Let's add margin. But to add margin, we need to reduce the width of each by 1%. So reduce this to 66% and this to 32% and add a margin right to div 1 of 2%. And again, these two divs are sticking to the browser window. There is no padding. So let's add the same wrapper class here around these two divs. This is how the wrapper class becomes useful. You see how neat this is? Instead of adding separate padding to each div or section, you can use this wrapper div. Next, let's add some paragraphs to make this complete. You can copy them from lorem2.com. Paragraphs added. Go back to the styles and add font size of 20 pixels and line height of 150%. And there's padding missing in these columns, so add padding 30 pixels along with box sizing border box. Now this looks great. Why is this layout called fluid? Resize the window. Do you see how it flows? It just fills the browser window space, just the way any fluid does. When you use width in percentages, you can achieve this fluid layout. Now let's make one last modification to our layout. If you have a large screen like mine, you'll see that the text flowing from this end to the other becomes a little difficult to read. The page is too wide. Most websites have max width for the same reason. Some desktops have very large screens. We will implement the same. All you need to do is, for the wrapper class, set a max width 1300 pixels and margin auto. These styles don't affect screens smaller than 1300 pixels. Check it for yourself by resizing the browser. That's because we've added max width and not just width. Congratulations! You have now learned the basics of fluid web page layout. This sets a strong foundation for us to proceed building our complete website. The main thing is to remember the styles of the wrapper class, max width and margin auto. Remember these for the next section. Building a website. You're now ready to put all your knowledge to use by building a complete website. I hope you're excited. So what we're going to do in this section is, first, we'll have a look at the website mockup that we're going to build. It's always helpful to create a mockup or even a blueprint of whatever you want to design. Since you're just starting, you can simply use pen and paper and sketch what you want to build. Or if you're already good at graphic designing, you can use softwares like Adobe XD to create a mockup. In this course, we'll use an already designed website as a reference and build a replica. Second, we'll get the basic files and folder structure ready for the website. Third, we'll check for images required for the website and keep them ready. Fourth, we'll get into designing the home page of our website first, one element at a time. Fifth, we'll design the other pages like About Us, Services, Contact Us, and link them all to make a complete website. Sixth and final step, we will actually host the website on a free hosting platform, so you'll have a complete understanding of building a website from scratch and hosting it. Alright then, let's begin. We're going to build a website for an imaginary company called Blue Ladder Constructions. Let's see what our finished product looks like. Go to your browser Type the link blueladder.shrutibalasar.com. And here it is. This is our beautiful homepage with the logo here and the company name here. This is the first thing any visitor would look at. Scroll down. Here comes a small introduction. I have used lorem ipsum text for representation. And when you scroll down further, here are some reasons why you should choose Blue Ladder. And last comes the footer where it says designed by ABC Studios. Scroll back up and click on About link. In this page, the header is much smaller because more focus is on the content. Same goes with all the other pages too. Here's the About content with a team image floating on the right and some bullet points here at the bottom. Again, the page ends with the same footer. Scroll back up and let's go to Services page. There are 3 services with images and little description. The blocks are next to each other. Again, it ends with the footer. And the last page is Contact. Here we have our email IDs, contact numbers, address, and also a Google map embedded. That's about it. This is the simple website we will end up with by the end of this section. Let me show you how I did this step by step. Also, I have to mention here that this is a fluid web page layout. Resize the browser to see this. This is what it looks like in tablets and large mobile screens. Go to Services page. Resize further to see what it looks like in smaller mobile screens. Go to About page. Everything comes one below the other. Go to Home page, and this is what your home page looks like in a mobile screen. Let's design this. Creating the basic structure. We need a folder dedicated to this website, so create a new folder on desktop and name it as Blue Ladder. Open this folder in brackets. Create a new file and name it as index.html. The reason we choose the name index.html is because when you type any website address, say www.example.com in the browser, by default the file named index.php or index.html is looked for and opened. So our home page needs to be named index.html. We need 3 more HTML files for About Us page, Services and Contact page. So create about.html, services.html and another file contact.html. Next, as a good practice, we'll create separate folder for our images. So create a new folder, name it as img, and another folder for our CSS files named CSS. Now there's one thing I follow while starting any new website project. That is, I use a specific set of CSS styles as a basic starting point. One reason is each browser applies a different set of styles by default. We saw one example in the previous section, right? The browser applied margins to paragraph elements by default. We don't want any such default styles. So there's one file, reset.css, that I include in every project to reset all the styles applied by the browsers. I recommend that you do the same too. This file is attached as a resource to this lecture. It's not necessary to look into the file, but if you're curious, you can totally go ahead and take a look. Download this file into the CSS folder. Also, create another file and name it as styles.css inside the CSS folder which we will use as our external style sheet for this project. Alright, now we have our basic structure ready. Let's get to the next step. Getting the images ready. Images are a major part of today's websites. They play a huge role in catching your users' attention, so you must select the right images and use them correctly. To get your images ready, there are 3 steps to follow. First, downloading good high resolution images that are not copyright protected. Second, editing and resizing them if required. Third, renaming the images and storing in the right folder. Step 1. If you have created your website mockup yourself, you already have your images with you. But if you have no idea how and where to get the best images for your website, I'll give you some ideas. Let's start with our logo first. Logo designing is a huge topic in itself, so I'll not get into that. To get a simple logo like the one we want for this project, you can go to icons8.com. You can search for whatever icon you wish. Since ours is a blue ladder, I'll type ladder here. The very first one looks great. I just want this in blue color. So click on that. Click on recolor here. Choose a nice sky blue color. This looks nice. Click on done. Click on download and select custom. Type 100. Make sure PNG is selected and download it. Save this image inside the image folder of our project and rename it as logo.png. Next, we need a dark background image. Let's go to pexels.com. And since our website is for a construction company, a dark wall image will look great as a background for our landing page. So here, let's type dark wall. I found the first image and the fifth image to be suitable as a background. You have to remember that your background should be dark enough to add a light colored text or logo on it, or the background should be light enough to add dark text on it. Either way, the background image should not be disturbing to read the text. Let's download the first image now. Click on the arrow mark and choose the best size. The large size is good enough for us. So click on it and download into Downloads folder. If you notice, this part of the image is not dark enough. I want to make this image darker. There are a lot of online tools for image editing. I'll demonstrate one such tool here. Go to canva.com/photo-editor. Click on upload. Select the wall image from your downloads folder. Click on adjust and reduce the brightness. I'll reduce the contrast too. This should be good enough. Click on save and select download your photo by itself. Now copy this file into the image folder and rename it as bg.jpg. Okay, we have our logo and the background image for our landing page ready. This should be sufficient for now. Let's go and create the page. In this lecture, we start building our home page. This is going to be a long one, so I've broken the lectures into 2 parts. Open index.html in brackets. As always, add the basic HTML skeleton. Add the title as Blue Ladder Constructions. Open Chrome in Live Preview. I want to see the full width of the website, so I'll resize the window to almost 75% here, and I'll resize the brackets window to about 50-60%. Now, there are different approaches for building web pages. You can create the complete HTML first and then add the styles. Or you can go hand in hand with HTML and CSS, building the page part by part. I'll follow the second method here because you'll actually see the final look of the website materializing in front of you. What we do is open both index.html and styles.css and keep switching between HTML and CSS. We will type a couple of HTML tags and then go to the CSS file, select all the HTML elements that we just typed, and go on adding styles to each. Initially, you might find it a little difficult, but you will soon get a hang of it. So let's add both our style sheets here using link tag. Link rel equals style sheet, href css/reset.css, type equals text/css. Copy the same and paste it below. Change reset to styles. Note that we have added reset.css before styles.css because we need to reset all the browser styles first, and only then we can apply all our styles. In Chrome, open another tab and keep the website mockup visible. So type blueladder.shrutibalasa.com. Right, back to your editor. There are some common styles for our project that we'll define first. So open styles.css, select body and type background color white, font family sans serif, font size 16 pixels, line height 180%, color #505050. Back to index.html. Let's start with our header for this page. Use the header tags. This whole block that you see here is our header. We need to add the background image to header element directly. Go to styles.css, select header. Height is about 600 pixels, so add height 600 pixels. Background image URL. Now we need to enter the relative path of the image. Note that this style sheet is inside the CSS folder. So we first need to go to its parents folder by typing // and then within the image folder select bg.jpg. Then background size must be set to cover. Open Chrome. Looks perfect. Let's add the navigation menu in HTML. So back to index.html, add the nav tags. This tag is similar to header tag, doesn't make any visual difference, but it's good practice to use nav for navigation menu. We will use the unordered list for menu with 4 list items. Each list item has a link. So type a href equals blank. We'll fill this later. Copy this and paste it 3 more times. Type home, about, services and contact. Link them to index.html, about.html, services.html and contact.html. We don't need HTTP here because all these are local files. They all are in the same system and same folder too. If you view this in Chrome now without any styles, this is how it appears. You can hardly see them. So let's add styles now. Go to styles.css and select all the HTML elements you just added. So type nav space ul, nav space ul space li, and nav space ul space li space a. For nav ul, add the style list style type none. For li, add float left. Check your browser. This is how it appears. We need some padding for the li element. So add padding 25 pixels on top, 50 pixels right, 25 pixels bottom, and 0 on left. And for the A element, add color white, text decoration none. These two styles have to be added to the A element because even if you add them to the Li element, they won't take effect. That's good. Compare this with the mockup. We just need the menu items in bold and uppercase. In our HTML, we have all these items written in lowercase. So we need to retype all of them in uppercase. But instead, we can use a CSS property that is text transform, use a value uppercase. Now check your output. All the letters become uppercase, though in HTML we have typed in lowercase. This property is really useful when you quickly want to change the case without actually changing the text in HTML. Another property is font weight bold. Again, you don't need to use the B tags in HTML. We don't have any specific styles for our nav element, so you can remove them here. Now it's time to create a wrapper class to add some padding to this layout. Do you remember the wrapper class we used in our fluid web page layout lecture? Type that here. Select .wrapper, max width 1200 pixels, padding 30 pixels, margin auto. Now go to index.html and add this class before nav element. Let it be within the header element. Div class equals wrapper. And close the div tag after nav tag. Check. There's one thing now. We have an unnecessary padding of 30 pixels above the navigation menu. So what we can do is change the padding of wrapper to 0 on top and bottom and 30 pixels right and left. Actually, change 30 to 40. Alright, we have our navigation menu ready. You can open the mockup and compare the two. Good, we are on the right track. Next, let's add our logo and brand name in index.html below the navigation inside a div with ID name brand. Add image img space src equals image slash logo.png. Check Chrome once. Do you see that our image is floating? That's because we didn't use the clear property after using float here for the list items. So let's add styles to that clearfix class. Type .clearfix after clear both, content blank, display table. And now add this clearfix class to either UL element or nav element. Let's add it to nav. Class equals clearfix. I hope you remember this one from our lecture of float property. Now check. Our image is no more floating. This is right. Now go back to index.html and add the brand name here within h1 tags. Blue ladder constructions. And since constructions is in the next line, add a BR tag and check your output. This is what it looks like. Let's add styles to it. Go to styles.css and select all the elements that you just typed. Hash brand space image, hash brand space h1. To the brand element, add text align center and a padding top of about 100 pixels. Check with the mockup. The image needs to be smaller. So for image, add height 60 pixels. Now check. No, it's slightly bigger. Change it to 70 pixels. And increase the font size of h1 to say font size 70 pixels. And add color blue for now. We'll change it to the exact color in a while. And a line height of 100%. Now since the word constructions is in a different color and of a different font size compared to blue ladder, go to your index.html and add span tags around constructions to change its style. And in CSS, select this using brand h1 space span. Add color white here and font size of about 50 pixels. Now check Chrome. The word constructions is not in bold, so use the property font weight and set the value to normal to remove the bold here. We need to get the font sizes right. Try out different values. Try 42 pixels here and 84 here. No. Try some more values. Change this to 78 and this to 44. Also, change the line height to 70%. Now check. The sizes are now right. There's a little spacing between the image and the h1 element. So for h1, add a padding top of 20 pixels. Now everything's perfect except for the color of h1. So how do you get the exact color code of this blue? There's a tool in Chrome. Click on the three dots on the right top corner. Go to More Tools and go to Developer Tools. Do you see the code here? Click on the small arrow marks on the left to reveal more code until you find the h1 tag. Click on h1. Come down to this. Do you find the small square next to blue? Click on that and click on the pen tool here. This is the eyedropper. Take your cursor and click on the element whose color you want. Notice that our h1 element changed color now. This is a very useful feature in developer tools. You can change the code right here within the browser just to check what it looks like. These changes will not reflect in your actual HTML or CSS files. You need to remember that. So don't forget to copy these styles to your code files. So here is our color value. Copy it and paste it here instead of blue. We have a color change. Alright, You have the top part of your homepage ready. Take a small break if you need to. Let's continue in the next lecture. Let's continue from where we left off. We have completed the top part of our homepage. Let's add a section next. Section with class name intro and our introduction paragraphs into it. You can copy it from the website directly. Copy these two paragraphs and paste it here into two P tags. Close the P tags appropriately. Again, we need to use the wrapper div within the section. Close the div tag here after paragraphs. And for the spacing on top, we need to add some padding to section element in general. So type section. Since we only need the top and bottom padding, type padding 50 pixels on top and bottom, 0 on right and left. Also add the other selectors, dot intro and section space P, since we want some generic styles for our paragraphs within sections. In intro, add text align center. Now check, compare with the mockup. The words lorem ipsum dolor has a bigger font size and is bolder. So we will surround it with span tags. Add a class to span text-lg and also add the B tag since it's bolder. Let's add styles to text-lg. So dot text-lg, font size 20 pixels. Now check. Perfect. The P elements seem to have some top and bottom padding. So type section P padding 5 pixels 0. That's right. We have this section ready. Moving on to the Why Choose Us section. Add another section element. Since this whole section is grey in color, add a class name BG Gray. Add the wrapper div class wrapper. Now add the title in H2. Why Choose Us? And add the entire list of points within UL and LI. Copy the text. UL, paste it here and surround it with LI tags. Surround each list item like this. Check row. We need to style them, right? So go to styles.css. Select all the elements we just added. Type dot bg gray h2 and we need a specific class or an ID for the UL element. So go back to index and add a class named y. Come back and type dot y and dot y space li. Now for BG gray, add background color hash fi 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 Again, you can figure out this color using the eyedropper tool. For the H2, add font size 32 pixels, color hash 7CCC F. Again, taking this color from eyedropper. Check Chrome once. We need a padding for H2, so add padding bottom 20 pixels. And for Y, add list style type disk. Also, we notice that the list position is inside. So come back and type list style position inside. Wonderful. We don't need any styles for the li, so remove this part. So we only have our footer pending now. Go back to index.html, add the footer tags, add the wrapper div class wrapper, add the content, copy it from your website designed by ABC Studios, go to styles, select footer and add background color hash 404040, color white, text align center, font size 14 pixels, and a padding of 15 pixels at the top and bottom, 0 right and left. The right and left padding actually doesn't matter. And look at that! Congratulations! You have completed the home page design. Time to celebrate. You have come a long way. Take some time off and really do something to reward yourself now. Now, let's move on to creating other pages, which are About Us, Services, and Contact Us. If you notice, all these other pages have a similar appearance, different from our home page. So we will create a standard template that we can use for all three pages: the header, the body section, and the footer. Open about.html in brackets editor. Go to index.html and copy the code until header element ends. Paste it in about.html. Go back again and copy the footer until end. Again, paste it here. The navigation part here remains the same. But we need a much smaller header, so add a class name for header. Class equals header small. And change this ID to brand small. Go to the CSS file. Below the header styles, add dot header small, and the only thing that needs to change here is the height. So add height 200 pixels. The rest of it is borrowed from header itself. No, it seems to be a little taller. Make it 240 pixels. That's fine. Now copy all the styles of brand ID and its child elements. Paste it below and change all of them to brand small. Here, we actually don't need the span because both Blue Ladder and constructions have the same style and color. So remove the BR tag and the span tags. Check the mockup. We need to reduce the padding top of brand small element here. So reduce 100 pixels to 20 pixels instead. and the image and h1 should be floating to the left. So add float left to image and to h1. Next, change the color of h1 to white and font size to 50 pixels. Now compare with the website. So if you notice, the image needs to move a little upwards and the text a little to the right. We can add both these styles to image itself. So add a padding right of 10 pixels, which will shift the text to the right, and a margin top of minus 10 pixels, which will shift the image to the top. Now check. The image has got shifted slightly more than needed, so reduce 10 to 8 instead. Now check, it's perfect. Come back to the HTML code. Add a section between header and footer for the body. Section and add the wrapper div class equals wrapper. That's it. Our template is ready. Copy this whole code and paste it into services.html and contact.html and save the files.
Now that we have our template ready for all our pages, let's start working on the About Us page. First, change the title to About Us, add a vertical bar and let this remain. Now scroll down directly to the section with this wrapper div. Let's look at the actual About Us page to see what's here. First comes the About Us heading. So add h2 tag with About Us. Then comes the text to the left and an image to the right. Let's download this image, this time from pixabay.com. Search theme, scroll down and here it is. Click on download. Select a size, the smallest one will do for us. Download it. And this image is in your downloads folder now. Open downloads folder, copy it and paste it into your image folder within the project folder. Rename it as theme.jpg. Now let's add this image in our code. Since the image is floating to the right, we first need to add the image and then the content automatically adjusts itself into the space remaining on the left. So type image src equals image slash theme.jpg, width equals 400. Also give it a class name theme-image. Add the content below it. You can copy it directly from the website. Let's copy this much for now. Paste it below the image. The first line is a heading, so add h3 tags around it. Then wrap the p tags around the text here like this. Again, wrap the second heading with h3 tags and this paragraph with p tags. Now check Chrome. We need to float the image to the right and increase the font size of h3. So open styles.css, add the required HTML elements, dot theme image and h3. Type float right,
Check Chrome. Alright, the image needs to be slightly bigger and needs a padding left. So go to about.html and make the width 420. Come to styles.css and add padding left 15 pixels. That's fine. Now for H3, add font size of 20 pixels. Okay. Now, do you notice this word strong appears bold here, and this word link, click on it, takes you to services.html. So let's make these two changes in our code now. Around the strong word, add strong tags. You can also add B tags. They look the same, but semantically strong is a better option. And around the link word, add A tags. A space href equals services.html and close the A tag here. We don't need HTTP here because the file is in our own system. It's a relative link. This part is done. There's some gap here after the first paragraph. So add br tag, and at the last comes a list. So copy the list items, add them within ul tags, and surround each list item with li tags like this. Check Chrome. We need to style the list. So give a class name to ul. ul class equals about-list. In CSS, select it as dot about-list and type list style type disk, because the bullet points are disks here, and then list style position inside, because the bullet points are inside. We are missing a line break before the ul element, so add a br tag here. Also, the h3 element seems to have a slight padding bottom, so add padding bottom 5 pixels. Now check. Awesome, right? Our about page is complete. Let's create our services page now. Open services.html, change the title to services, add a vertical bar and leave it as it is. Now scroll down to the section with main content. First comes our title, which is in H2. So come down, type H2 and type our services within that. Next comes a paragraph. Copy it and paste it within p tags. Now, here we have 3 blocks next to each other. You know how to do this one, right? We saw this in our previous section in the lecture of float property. But before we work on these, let's download our images and keep them ready. Go to pexels.com, search for construction services, take any 3 images you find suitable. You might not find the same images as on the mockup, and that's okay. I'll take this one here. We need 3 images of the same size. So let's enter custom size of 300 width and 200 height and download it. Let me select another image here. Again, click on download, custom size, select another image, download, custom size, and all your 3 images are in the downloads folder. Open downloads folder, copy the 3 images and paste them into your image folder within the project folder. Rename them to service1.jpg, service2 and service3. Now in HTML, create 3 div elements for our services. Give them a class name of service-block. Copy this and paste 2 more times. And for the last div, give another class name which is service-block last. Now add the images within. Type image src equals image slash service1.jpg. Copy the same and paste it within the other 2 divs. Just change service1 to service2 and service3. We need to add the content within. You can copy them directly from the website. Copy the first block's content and paste it here. Surround this with h3 tags and this with p tags. Do the same for the other 2 blocks as well. Next, go to styles.css and select all the elements added. .service block, .service block last, .service block space image, .service block space h3 and .service block space p. Let's start adding styles here. First thing is float left. Next comes width 32%, margin right 2%, background color hash F5, padding 15 pixels. And the moment we add padding, we need to add box sizing property and give it a value border box so that the width remains the same. And now for service block last, we just need to set margin right 0 so that all the widths add up to 100%. Coming to the image, set width 100% because we want the image to occupy 100% of the block, and margin bottom 15 pixels. Come down to H3 and set font size 20 pixels. Okay, check Chrome now. Oops, we forgot to use the clear property and that's why the divs are overlapping with the footer. All we need to do is in our HTML, we need to add clearFix class along with wrapper. That fixes it. Wonderful. It's almost done. We just need some spacing at the top and bottom of our blocks. We can add that in our service block class itself. So come to styles.css. We actually don't need any additional styles for the paragraph element, so you can remove this part and type margin top 20 pixels and margin bottom 30 pixels. And that's it. We have our services page ready. Let's now create our last page required, the contact page. Open contact.html, change the title to Contact Us, vertical bar, and let this remain as it is. Scroll down directly to the section with main content. First comes our title Contact Us, so add that within h2 tags. Check the mockup. We will complete the text part here on the left first and then embed the map on the right. Here, first comes a paragraph. So copy the content and paste it within p tags. Next, this entire block of text can be considered another paragraph. So copy it and paste it within another set of p tags. Add line breaks appropriately. Also, call us needs to be in bold, so enclose it within strong tags. Same with email. After that is the visitors heading, which seems to be h3. So add h3 tag and type visitors. Copy the next paragraph and paste within p tags. Again, add strong tags around A to Z services and a line break. Check Chrome now. Great, the left part is complete. Check the mockup. This one here is a Google map embedded. To include that, go to maps.google.com. Search for any particular location by typing the address or building name here. For the sake of example, I'll type Vidhan Sauda, which is a famous landmark here in Bangalore. Select a suggestion and here click on Share and then click on Embed a Map. Choose a size that suits you. Let's take small here and copy HTML. Since this map is floating to the right and all the content flows on the left, we need to add the map before any paragraphs. So paste the code here. Don't worry much about the details of this code. This is called an iframe element. It has a width and a height which can be adjusted if needed. Apart from that, this is just like any other HTML element to which we can give an ID, class name, or add styles. So let's give it a class name here. Class equals Google-map. Go to styles.css, select .google map, type float right, and margin 0 at the top, 0 at the right, 20 pixels at the bottom, and 20 pixels on the left, so that there's enough spacing between the map and the content that's flowing to the left. Check Chrome. That's it. We have our map perfectly floating to the right. And just to keep this page consistent with the About page, look at that. The image and the map Should be of the same size approximately so that it looks consistent. Let's change the width of the map to 420 pixels. So come to contact.html, change the width to 420 and height to 320 if you wish to. Now check your page. Alright, this is huge. With this, can you believe you have completed developing an entire website? In the next lecture, we will give some finishing touches and then you can go live with this code. Finishing touches. There are just few more things we need to do in order to complete the website according to our mockup. On the home page, the link home is in blue color, and when you hover over the other links, the color changes to blue. When you go to about page, the about link is in blue and not home because it's indicating which page you are currently on. Now let's see how to achieve this behavior. Clearly, we need a class name for our active link on each page. So in index.html, add a class link active to the link home. So type class equals link hyphen active. Copy this and paste it in about.html, but paste it to the about link. In services.html, paste it here, and in contact.html, paste it for the last link. Now go to styles.css, select link active with dot link active, and add the style color #7CCCFF. Copy it from here. Now check Chrome. The color has changed to blue. You see that? Now to achieve the color change on mouse hover is very simple. We need to select nav ULLIA : hover and add the same style here. So on hover, the color changes to this. You see? Great. Now, the major thing pending is the responsiveness of this website. Remember we discussed static, fluid, adaptive and responsive web page layouts? Well, what we have built so far is almost a fluid website with some exceptions. This looks great on desktop, but what about tablets and phones? Let's check for ourselves. Go to options here, click on more tools and click on developer tools. You can resize the width of the web page as needed and check what it looks like on smaller sizes here. Resize further, and you see that our website starts breaking on smaller screen sizes. If you go to About page, the header is messed up. The image is cut on the left, and on Services page, everything is too small. In Contact page, the map is cut on the left. We need to make our website adaptive to different screen sizes, or at least make sure that it doesn't break like this. Lot of things goes into designing an adaptive or responsive website. But in this lecture, let's do some minimum basic things to make this slightly responsive. Let's start from the menu. When you start resizing the window, at this width, the contact menu item goes into the next line, though there is still enough space for it. That's because we have a padding right on all menu items. Let's remove that padding on last item. Go to index.html, add a class here for the last li item. Type class equals li-last. Go to styles.css and add nav space ul space dot li-last. Padding right
0. Now, because this block is more specific than this one, this style gets preference and it overrides the previous style. Now check Chrome. And now you can resize the window until here without breaking the menu. Add this class to menu item on all the other 3 pages as well. Class li last. Copy this and paste it in services.html and contact.html. Now come back to Chrome and notice the pixels value here, and notice that until 510 pixels width everything looks great. Anything lesser than that, there's a problem with the logo and the name not in shape. So we can decide that 510 pixels width is good enough for us and keep things fixed after that. On screen sizes smaller than 510 pixels, a horizontal scroll bar can appear. Doing this is very simple. Go to styles.css, scroll up completely, and for body, set min width 510 pixels. And that's it. Now check Chrome. Now even if you resize the window below 510 pixels, the page seems to get fixed at that width and a horizontal scroll bar has appeared if you want to see more. This behavior is much better than breaking the website and also better than a completely static website which gets fixed at 900 pixels itself. So now at 510 pixels our homepage looks perfect. Let's make some changes to other pages too. Go to About. Here we want the text Blue Ladder Constructions to come next to the logo. Here's another strange behavior of float property. Go to styles.css. When you look at this h1, we actually don't need the float left. Because the image is already floating, the h1 will occupy the space next to it anyway. So remove this line. Next, the text is center aligned because we have text align center on its parent element. So remove this line here and now it works as expected. But the line height is too small. So come down and change 70% to 100% and add a margin top of -8 pixels to h1 also. Now everything is exactly according to the mockup. You might be wondering how to figure all this out on your own. It takes practice. Sometimes it takes hours to figure out how to fix some minor things, but that's how learning happens. With enough experience, all of this becomes a walk in the park. And there is no one single way to make things happen. Sometimes applying different styles to different elements also gives you the same appearance. And it's okay to do that when you're just starting. Now resize further and scroll the entire page. Nothing is broken, right? Only thing is there's no space below the image. Let's add that. Come to come to team image and change this padding to top 0, right 0, bottom 15 pixels and left 15 pixels. That fixes it. Next, go to services.html. The header is perfect. Come to these blocks below. They have become too thin. We just have to make sure that they don't become so small. So go to styles.css, and scroll down to service block. Here, all you have to do is set a min width. I'll set a min width of about 300 pixels. You can set it to anything you want. Just make sure it's not too small. Now check Chrome. Everything neatly stacks up one below the other. Increase the width and check. The second block comes up when there's enough space, and then the third block comes up when there's more space, and after that it's all fluid. Great, this page is done too. Now come to contact page, and this is also done. Wonderful. Now, browser width is not the only thing to check for. Each device has a different screen resolution. To check what your website looks like on real devices, click on this device toolbar icon and select any device from the drop-down menu. I'll select iPhone X. And do you see that? The menu is too small compared to the other text, right? That doesn't look good. There's something called viewport and web page scaling, and we need to set right values for that. I will not go too deep into details of this. You just have to add one line of code in all the HTML pages to set the correct value. So go to index.html and just above the title tag, type this line as it is. Meta name equals viewport, content equals width equals device hyphen width, comma, initial hyphen scale equals 1.0. Let's first see what this does, and then I'll explain each bit of this line. Open Chrome. Now finally, everything is consistent and nothing breaks. Just zoom out if needed. Select a different device. Select 100%. Select another device, iPad, change the mode. Everything is consistent. Great. So let's see what exactly this line is. Meta tags give additional information about our web page to the browser. This is called viewport meta tag, where we are telling the browser to set the viewport width to device width and that the initial zoom should be 1. Again, don't worry much about the details. Simply use this line in all your web pages if you want your website to be responsive. So copy this line and paste it into the other 3 pages also above the title tag. And that's about it. We are now all set to go live. Here's the last and final step, going live with your website. To take your website live, you need 2 things, a domain name and some space for hosting. Google.com, Amazon.in, Twitter.com, all these are examples of domain names. You can purchase a .com or a .in or a .us domain name for your business from any domain name registrars. One such example is GoDaddy. And a hosting space is the server space where you put your code. Again, you can purchase shared hosting space from any of the hosting providers like GoDaddy, Bluehost, HostGator, and so on. But for demonstration purposes,
I will be using netlify.app. You can host your website for free here. I already have an account. You can sign up. Let me log in. This is a new account, so yours will look the same. You just have to verify your email, and here all you have to do is drag and drop your site output folder here. So I have mine on the desktop. So let's drag that here and drop it. It says it's deploying my site. This might take a while. Once that's done, you have to set up a custom domain. So click on that. And since we don't have a custom domain, if you bought your website domain, you can enter that here and you can verify. Or let's go back. And Netlify has given us a default subdomain here. This doesn't look great. So go to options and edit site name. Let's change this to Blue Ladder. And let's see if that's available. Click on save. Great, that seems available. So let's see and open this. All right, so we do have our website hosted and ready on this link. This is our index page, homepage. Let's go to about and check. Yes. Let's go to services. That's neat. And contact page. This is great as well. Now this looks great on desktop, and yes, of course, you can view this on mobile. You just have to copy this link, blueladder.netlify.app, and check out on your mobile. Share this link with anyone. Now it's not just on your system, this is live. Your friends can check it out, your relatives can check it out. Share proudly and say that you have created your first website from scratch and hosted it somewhere. All right, so congratulations. You have completed an entire course of HTML and CSS. But yes, this is just the beginning. If you need to know what next, that's also here. You can find this is the last resource 22 what next. Here's a PDF that tells you all the things you need to do next, like strengthening your HTML and CSS skills, because I have touched upon just the very basic concepts. You can check out, I have given links to great tutorials that I feel really apt. There's something called Flexbox that you would like to learn, media queries to make your website responsive, and yes, JavaScript and the resources to learn the same, frameworks like Bootstrap, and how to go full stack, the path, and so on. Right, so any questions you have, drop them in the comments below, or I'm highly active on Twitter. You can find me on Twitter. Good luck, congratulations on completing this course. Not many people get here, but since you've got it, I'm very happy to congratulate you. Thank you for watching. Hit a like and share this video ahead. If you enjoyed watching this, don't forget to subscribe below and turn on the notifications so you won't miss a single video from Tyrus.